Please welcome my guest for this evening, May.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome
Happy
on
to
in,
be
May.
here. Hello.
Hello. So, May, I'm sure a number of people in the audience tonight are already familiar with you. Like I mentioned, we are seeing plenty of your emotes already, but for anybody who might not be familiar with you, if you could introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Kitsune, also known as May. I'm a pretty chaotic VTuber. I get pretty nervous. How else do I intro? Oh my god, I'm so bad at self-introductions.
Don't worry, you're good, you're good. We're going to have a good time tonight, folks. So, as you heard during the pre-show roll, I figure folks who are watching the YouTube cut won't know this because I always chop out the starting soon screen, but we were listening to a remix with samples of you and some lo-fi beats. It's just called Lo-Fi May, and it was done by DJ and Constance. I've always been curious about that particular track because it's one that you use yourself for your BRB screens and for your starting soon screen, which is part of why I wanted to incorporate it here tonight. How did that come about? Was that something that you did a commission or put out something saying, hey, I want to, have a fun little track with samples of my voice? Or was that something that DJ and Constance sort of did on their own and dropped in your lap?
So, DJ Incontinence is
Incontinence,
a
my bad,
Giga
sorry.
Truther. And they're also known as Nexi. They're a Giga Truther.
Oh,
that's
Nexi?
That is Nexi.
Okay.
And they really liked how I did my Joe Swanson impression.
It was a very good impression.
There was one stream, I think it was almost a year ago now, where someone requested me to moan as Joe Swanson. And that's the moan that you hear in that song. And they heard that. And then I think it was like 3 days later, they're like, May, check this out.
Oh my gosh. Amazing, amazing. Yes, I am familiar with Nexi. Giga has been on the show before. And one of the first things that I mentioned, or that you mentioned rather, when I invited you was that Giga had mentioned me in a conversation. So it all comes full circle and I didn't even know it. Yes, Nexi, definitely someone who hangs around Giga streams a lot, a great person, and as I've learned today, apparently also a great arranger. How about that?
they lurk all around. They're a hidden truther in my channel.
Yes, indeed. So when it comes to streaming, like you mentioned, you are very chaotic. That in general, you're definitely a variety streamer, but I suppose if we were to hone in on a particular genre that you've said open world games are some of your favorites, Minecraft, interestingly, sort of falls in that it isn't necessarily one people think of when they think open world games, but by all proper definitions, it definitely is. And one that you've been playing a fair bit lately, actually, is the Minecraft zombie mode, and that's been a fun one to watch.
Yeah, I like open world games. They let me kind of express myself in a way that just kind of lets me keep talking, because I hate games that have cutscenes after cutscene after cutscene after cutscene, because I can't skip them. Because you want to sit there and listen. And I find Minecraft is one of my favorite ones because there's no cutscenes or dialogue or anything that can really interrupt my stream of nonsense.
For this particular one, for people who might not be familiar with it, it takes basically the type of zombie survival that most people know either from, Call of Duty or from other games, and puts it into Minecraft, where you have a whole bunch of just mobs coming at you at all times, and you have obviously the normal Minecraft mechanics, but it is now tinted as a survival game as opposed to a builder game.
Yeah, that one's a lot of fun. That's actually a really recent one. I did it on a whim. I didn't think it would be a lot of fun to play that, but I found out chat kind of likes it. I like it. I want to see if there's more stuff like that, because that was like a new genre of Minecraft for me in general. Normally I'd play like just like a what they call kitchen sinks, so like every mod's dumped in there. But that
Mm-hmm.
one's very unique in its own right.
Yeah. It, I love that the phrase kitchen sink has become used for mods because it works so well. It works so well of just, it's everything. It's when you're putting all the craziness and, like you said, as someone who prides themselves on being rather chaotic, being able to have access to all those different types of things definitely plays in your favor. And when you're able to get different modes like this, that it's something that's really fun, especially for me as a viewer as well. I know that Minecraft's been around for a while and it's gonna be here for a while longer if all things hold, as far as I can tell. But the fact that programmers are able to continue iterating and just even outside of Microsoft and the actual proper developers being able to keep the game fresh is very nice.
Yeah, I Minecraft is one of those games I don't think we're gonna see going away for a long time, especially with them still updating it and the modding community is so active still.
Yeah.
And with the recent revivals on Twitch, I feel comfortable streaming it still.
I'm always floored by the stats on that of just it makes me feel old to say, but I didn't realize for a long time just how many views that game was getting like on YouTube and stuff, and that's even outside of Twitch.
Yep.
But hey, of all the games that we could see sort of taking over the world, Minecraft's okay. That it's not as obnoxious as some other things could have been. No offense to Fortnite players, I would rather Minecraft than Fortnite.
Oh god. I am so glad that maybe I think Fortnite's actually having a comeback. I think they
do
removed
have
the,
that no building
the
version.
building, yeah. That was my one problem with that game. You'd shoot one person and they'd like build like the fucking constant. Oh, can I swear? I'm sorry.
Oh yes, absolutely. Trust me, I have had some very sweary guests in the past. The rating of my show slides entirely based on the guests. Do not worry.
Okay, because it just happens. It just happens.
You're good. You can swear whenever the fuck you want.
Yeah, they build the Constantine Chapel after they get shot once. It's like I don't know how to do that.
I've always been garbage at first-person shooters anyway, so I've never actually gotten into Fortnite or any of those. I enjoy watching those types of streams because seeing someone who's really skilled at that type of game is super fun. That it's almost like watching an athlete of just making it look easy and being able to get multi-kills or just going around and being able to handle the terrain. I have no skill for it myself.
Something I forgot to mention, I used to be very, very big into FPS games before I really got into streaming.
Oh, really?
I was a really high-level CSGO player. I mean, I wasn't like professional, but I was getting there. I was global elite, and there was this offline ranking system. I did face it, and I was in the Diamond League.
Ooh,
which was
okay.
really cool. And then I quit. Now I'm bad at games again.
That happens. You've been a little bit busy with broadly gestures at everything you've been doing lately. Also, I missed a couple follows. Small and Strong TV, Ophelia Midnight, and Suzuki Suzu Channel. Thank you all so much for the follows. Oh, and TF2 Boom Headshots, speaking of your first-person shooters. TF2, I didn't play much of either, but I have a soft spot in my heart for the Meet the Team animations. I don't know if you ever saw those, but those were just really good, like, Pixar-level animations put out by Valve, where it, built up the team and had them with their different personalities, and they were really good comedy bits.
I'm really thankful that Valve is embracing more of the cartoony style. Something I was super scared of when they were making, because I'm a big fan of Half-Life. And there was when Half-Life Alyx came out, I was really scared that they were gonna make it try to be like realistic and stuff, but they really went on the stylistic kind of cartoony style, almost like TF2. And I really adore that Valve is kind of setting themselves apart in that way, where they're trying to make this like kind of cartoony aesthetic for their games, that even though Half-Life's really gritty and stuff, it's still very cartoony and nice, and I really like it.
Yeah. And to this day, they still have Triskaphobia. They will never make a game that has a 3 in it.
Maybe someday. Maybe someday.
Like, I feel like if they're gonna do it, that one day, out of the blue, no announcement, just on the front page of the Steam store. Do you remember the orange box?
I do.
That was, it was the big 3 at the time. It was with Team Fortress 2, it was Half-Life 2, episodes 1 and 2, and Portal. That was the big debut of Portal, and it's now become, a staple in gaming history. My guess is that if they were to ever do this, that it would just be a big single pack just called 3, the number 3, that's what it is, on the front page of the Steam store, no announcement, sort of like a secret album drop, and that it is Half-Life 3, Team Fortress 3, and Portal 3. It's never going to happen, but in my headcanon, fantasy, magical Christmas land, that's how they do the release.
There was a documentary that came out. I think it's called the Days Before Half-Life Alyx or something like that. And they mentioned that they didn't want to develop Half-Life 3 right away because they were scared of reception. So when they were making Half-Life 3, they decided to do a spin-off game first before they went into Half-Life 3 because they didn't want to disappoint anybody.
I can understand that, but I'm also half frustrated. Like, I'm not even a big Half-Life fan. I'm more frustrated on behalf of the community of just... I can understand how after so long they might want to test the waters and be like, okay, is there still a market for this game? Is there enough people that would actually want to buy this game, to play this game since it has been so long? But that just makes it feel like the tease even more.
Yeah. I hope the day it releases, it will be something hopefully good to witness.
Hopefully. I mean, at the very least, as long as it's not Duke Nukem Forever.
Oh my god. I wish I could say, that would still be one of my biggest gaming disappointments, but oh no.
Well, hold on. This now begs the question. What are some of your biggest gaming disappointments? I usually try and keep things lighthearted and happy, but now I'm curious. Like, is there something that I
am so disappointed with the state of games, especially more recently, where they're more focused on graphics. And I've ranted about this on stream a couple of times. But one of my biggest disappointments is probably Halo Infinite. I was so excited for the game. The campaign's still amazing. However, the state of the game is a mess, and I really dislike how game developers are making more of a fuss about graphics rather than making their players happy.
I've heard similar things about Halo Infinite.
That's so disappointed.
Well, hopefully things will be better in future iterations, because much like Minecraft, that even though Halo, the story could have ended with 3, it's not going anywhere. It's too big a franchise.
Mm-hmm. They can't get rid of it.
Yeah, for better or worse. But you did mention to me when we spoke earlier this week that Halo is a game or a franchise as a whole that actually holds a place in your heart. So I can understand, having had that mention, why Halo Infinite might be particularly stinging for you. So we've talked about the bad. Let's talk about some of the good for Halo, though. What are some of your favorite Halo games or moments?
I am a big fan of Halo 2. It's one of my favorite games. I got into Halo when I was younger. It was actually the first game I played right next to, I think my Fox dad got me Half-Life on the PC too. And it was one of the first games that I played, and Halo 2 was one of the really first entries into the series where I really got into gaming. I remember I got Halo 2, midnight release, GameStop. The minute I got home, I skipped school the next day and I beat it in one go.
Nice.
And then after that, I probably played that game for at least like 1,000 hours just playing over the campaign. I even have Xbox Live, just played the campaign over and over again. I was too addicted to it.
Yeah, Halo 1 was a launch title for the Xbox. It was Microsoft proving that they could do basically what amounted to a first-party game, and that they could put out something that was really AAA, really engaging, with good online play. And it was Halo 2, I feel, that solidified or confirmed that Halo was a powerhouse in the gaming industry as a title. That, getting one good game, congrats, you got one good game out the door. But when Halo 2 landed as solidly as it did, it sort of turned heads that it was okay. Halo is now one of the biggest franchises in gaming, and it sort of legitimized Microsoft as a gaming powerhouse, and saying, all right, they're here to stay, that they're going to be the new third of the big three. Because prior to that, there was Sega that sort of held that title for a while, with Nintendo and Sony nearby, but that was sort of when you had the Dreamcast stumbling a bit, and Microsoft very much filled that void.
Yeah, I have to agree. I've never actually owned a PlayStation. I think the only other console when I was a kid was the N64. Other than that, I was Xbox all the way up until I got a PC.
Meanwhile, I was actually sort of the inverse, where I've had every Nintendo console except the Wii U, starting with the GameCube. That I didn't have an N64. I played it a bunch at friends' houses, and I had a PS2 and 4, but never actually had an Xbox. But I've always been sort of a gaming industry nerd, so I always like sort of keeping track, and I love seeing how the industry has changed over time. And that's sort of when I mentioned the sort of confirmation of Microsoft as one of the powerhouses. It was, back in those days where I was really, really intrigued with the dynamics of all the companies in the industry. So even though I haven't played any of, I've played Halo at, friends' houses, done multiplayer stuff, and still garbage at it for first-person shooters across the board. But I've not actually played any of the Halo campaigns. I've read a couple of the Halo books, but never done the campaigns. So that's where my Halo knowledge ends. But since it is something that's really special to you, is there a particular part about Halo that really just gripped you? Was it the gameplay? Was it the weapons? Was it the designs? Was it the story?
I think for the original trilogy, I think what really drew me in was the story of the first two. Halo 1 and 2 had a very nice sci-fi story that didn't really play a lot of elements that you'd see today with like Mass Effect and stuff like that. So it was really interesting to see like that big, like above and beyond you, the player kind of story. And I really, 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 really did enjoy just the concept of being like this big buff space marine who, is super powerful, and the people around you aren't as powerful. They look up to you as like a killing machine. It's kind of just an interesting concept that wasn't really around too much back then. You had Doom and stuff, but that one was more vocal. It was like one of the first story-driven games that I played. There wasn't too many of those back then that had that type of narrative style. Halo 1 came out before Half-Life 2, and it was like, Half-Life 2, I feel really pioneered that concept of having like a very big story-driven game, kind of like that tells a more open narrative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you mentioned the fact that it was a more sci-fi based game, which nowadays it seems like, of course, sci-fi is a big genre in gaming. But as you mentioned, and now I'm sort of thinking back of, all right, for the big name franchises, that there wasn't really a big sci-fi name that was unique to gaming. That there was Star Wars, and there were plenty of Star Wars games, but there weren't as many gaming original franchises that had that, space war narrative to it, because Mass Effect wasn't out yet, and you had stuff like purely Call of Duty games, and those were very much set in reality, that this is Earth combat. Sometimes there's historical elements, sometimes there's not. And sometimes you would fly around in a spaceship, but the idea of, you know, infantry-based combat in sci-fi settings wasn't something that was really seen at the AAA level at that point. So it almost feels weird to think of a time where something that now seems like such a large, obvious genre was so untended to. And that's, I guess, part of the fact that gaming really has come so far in our own lifetimes that you and I get the feeling are about the same age, having grown up with N64, GameCube, and the like. So I was not around for, you know, the release of the NES and SNES. I don't think you were either, but we've been alive for over half of gaming's existence at this point, and that's weird.
I'm really excited to see where stuff goes like that. It kind of ties into with like, I wonder what future innovations like gaming will take with like VTubing stuff as well. You know, I mean, there's a lot of programs that I use for my VR stuff currently that will just import a 3D model into the VR game and kind of mask it over without actually doing any like modding or things like that. And I find that so interesting. And I'm wondering in the future, how far will, you know, these technical like possibilities be in gaming? I mean, you have games like Noida coming out that have like pixel simulation stuff and teardown, and that makes me really, really excited because I just love that type of concept in gaming. It's just like, instead of focusing on graphics, you have technical breakthroughs and things like that.
I haven't actually seen anything. You mentioned the title was Noida, was it?
It's
I don't actually know anything about that one.
It's a 2D game, kind of like Terraria side scroller. It has a lot of secrets and stuff, but you ever play those falling sand games as a kid where like the sand had like physics and stuff?
Yeah.
They built the game around that concept, so you have all the flowing pixel liquids and you can mix stuff, and there's fire and magma, and then on top of that they also added a physics engine, so you can kick like these full 3D objects around, and they also have pixel simulations. It's very interesting.
Okay, so that almost sounds like Minecraft with a more robust physics engine.
In a way, it's more adventure based than Minecraft though. It does have a linear-ish story. It's kind of like a Metroidvania.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Also, Rai Awa, thank you for the follow. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for that one. I don't know how I missed that one. For Half-Life, though, so is your interest there similar to what it is for Halo, where it's the narrative that really got you, along with some of the more sci-fi based aesthetics, or was there something different that got you for that particular franchise?
It's something similar, but I had a lot of love for Half-Life just because of the way the gameplay really was. I mean, if you think about it, there's actually, that I think about it, there's almost no game, especially back then, that has that continuous narrative. Like, instead of, you know, you have a cutscene, you're in a different place, like Modern Warfare or Call of Duty or even Halo did that. Your next mission steps off where you last left. So, you know, it felt very linear, almost like a movie. And it was something that as a kid was really cool to me, because I'm like, wow, this game just continues on rather than like, you know, big cutscene and you're suddenly a different character, or you know, you're in a different place. No time skipping stuff. It was very nice.
Gotcha. Dina Veneto, thank you for the follow. One of the other games that feels a bit different from the ones that we've discussed already was Toho. That I haven't actually seen you play Toho on stream. I'm not sure if that's just because I'm not tuning into the right ones, or if that's one that you sort of keep for yourself outside of streaming. But that's obviously, you know, it's 2D based. It's a bullet hell, and while I'm not super into Toho, from what I understand, that it has something of a story, but it's also kind of a confusing set of continuity and universe, but maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Toho is a game that actually got me into anime and, like, you know, that kind of side of the web. My into it was, I was on YouTube. It's a old video. I don't know if I can find it, but I saw this Toho animation when I was younger, and it was I think it was imported from I can't remember the website. It was Nico something,
Oh,
and
Nico
someone
Nico
posted it from
Doga.
that website onto YouTube. I think it was that, and I saw it was like 2006 or something, and I saw that video, and I'm like, this looks cool. So I looked up stuff, and I found Toho, and that's something I haven't played on stream before. I'm not necessarily good at it. Maybe it's something I'll save for later. I do enjoy bullet hell games a lot, though, in my free time. I streamed a couple times in the Discord a fan game called Toho Lunar Nights, and I am really addicted to that game. That's a lot of fun. That's more of a side scroller one, though.
Yeah, I think I know the animation you're talking about. I had a guest previously. I'm trying to remember who it was, but I'm blanking on. That's what happens after 50 odd episodes. But that Toho came up particularly because of animation. That if memory serves, the one that you're thinking of was actually a big fan project where it was, a lot of different people just across the internet coming together and putting together this.
It could have been Bad
animation.
Apple. I don't know if it was that one. I don't think it was. But I know Bad Apple was very popular, and it's a meme that's kind of progressed past Toho, even more into just like, you'll see a Bad Apple meme and you won't even realize, oh wait, that's from Toho. That's like, I remember there was a video that I saw with that of a guy carving a bunch of apples to do the Bad Apple song, and it was just more impressive stuff like that going on.
Memes, they're evolving. Now,
there's a lot of stuff like that. Oh, you can go.
For Bullet Hells, I'm not sure if you played it, but one particularly recent Bullet Hell game that I've seen a fair few people playing is Vampire Survivors. Have you had the chance to play that one at all?
I've seen that. I kind of want to play it. I was watching Iron Mouse play it, and I am a big fan of Mousy, and I was like, this looks very interesting. And I probably spent like 3 hours watching him play it.
That's one that I picked up, and I don't actually play too many games myself nowadays. I'm usually either watching them or, as I mentioned, I do QA for a game developer by day. So when I'm off the clock, I'm usually, watching anime or streams and stuff. So I don't actually play as many games myself, but I picked that one up because it was like $3 because I'd seen someone else streaming it. If memory serves, was actually Kieran, who is one of my past guests as well, and she was having a great time. It was like $3 on Steam. So if you like Bullet Hells, I definitely recommend that one. I've absolutely gotten my $3 worth out of that game. I've probably gotten like 12 to 15 hours on it. It's surprisingly addicting.
I just looked it up. I think I actually I look at it, I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I love this sort of games.
Yeah, it's fun because they have a bunch of different characters that have starting attacks, but you can get, as you go, any of the given abilities, and that there's a level of randomness to what you'll get in a certain run, but it's very much the type of thing of just one more run, just one more run, just one more run, and you blink, oops, it's been 3 hours.
That type of stuff really gets me going on. I'll be playing what's the game of Valorant, and I'll tell my friends, oh yeah, just one more game, just one more game. We say that like 6 times, all of a sudden it's 7 a.m. and it's like, oh.
It happens. Ironic Toblerone, thank you for the follow. You had mentioned earlier that one of the things that you do a lot is work with OBS. And for anyone who has seen your streams, they know that this is very much true. And it's actually something that you've taught yourself as you've gone along. And over time that you've been creating more and more complex things using OBS.
Yeah, I came up with a thing in my head recently, something about content creation, kind of like a little, I guess, what's the word for it? I don't know, not theory, but basically I've come up with a belief would be a good way to put it. That if you're in content creation, for me, I believe in that streaming games and talking is the bare minimum, right? It's not bad if you can have great commentary and be a good content creator. But I still think that if you want to be entertaining and do something like streaming, I believe that like you can always take the next step up, which is, you know, I guess like a good inspiration is doing challenge streams. Like Ludwig is someone I look up to a lot as a streamer. Someone who, you know, I was in his channel as he grew and stuff. You know, I used to watch him when he had like 100 people in his chat. And something I saw was he went from doing games to making more, or what should I say, challenge streams and bits and all this other stuff. And he had all this certain like basically kind of like extra step up. And I said to myself, you know, I like doing improv. You know, I like doing bits. I like, you know, having my rants and stuff like that. I said, I think if I do OBS scenes, that would be a great way to kind of extend that into a forum where I can comedy or anything like that, right? I can't think of jokes. I'm just like kind of off the collar type of person. And one of the things that I really like about my scenes is I can just like throw one up on the screen and just start rambling, and it kind of does the work for me almost. A big inspiration for that type of stuff is probably Jal. Jal is a friend of mine. He's a person, not a VTuber, but
Yeah, I do know the name Joel. I've seen a couple
Yep.
of his streams that he's a mod for Poppy, someone who I've
Yep.
had on the show a while back, and I know he, like I said, I'm pretty sure he's a mod for Poppy, or at the very least, I know that he is part of the Wrecking Crew, and I have seen a couple of his streams, and he does a lot of wacky stuff, and just, you talk about your homemade setups and creativity. That guy goes all in.
Yep. I've never seen a person start up a game and get maybe 10 minutes in after 4 hours. I've never seen that before. Until I watched Jal. I see him take 2 steps and then someone gives him 100 bits and he makes this whole joke, and then someone keeps going and he does that joke for like 4 hours, and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, guys, we walked like 10 feet in the game. It's time to watch Kay's cooking. I love his content. He's a very big inspiration.
Ultimate in chaos for sure. One scene that you actually premiered recently was you made this incredible bathroom scene, or like, you know, shower stall scene, and the key pieces of it that are so impressive is you created this distorted glass where it's just sort of an iced glass effect, and you have that, but then also you have on the wall a mirror, so you have these layered visual effects. And you mentioned that the glass effect was made by hand and took several hours.
Kinda. So the glass effect took me a couple hours to figure out, just how to get it working properly. The shower part itself, that little glass section, probably has around 7 layers. There's 2 visual effects in the center. There's the water effect on the glass that kind of plays sometimes. And there's also kind of that little steaminess. Those are both videos. I had 2 things in there. One of them was a shader I had to modify myself, not to get that frosted glass effect, because I have 2 displacement shaders. And I needed something to, this is going to sound a little nerdy, but diffuse to a normal map. So basically, that frosted glass actually isn't an image. It's a normal map that applies to everything below the, where that frosted glass would be in the image. And then right below that frosted glass, there is a shiny glass, the thin layer of glass, to use that kind of glass sheen that you see underneath. And that is also just a regular displacement map. I have it just moved over a couple inches underneath the glass. And that all took me around like 4 hours to figure out. And then there was also the 2 hours to cut and layer everything. The mirror was actually the simplest part. That took me about 20 minutes.
Well, at least something there was simple. I knew about half the terms you just used. I like to think I'm pretty good with software, that if you give me a program with, you know, even marginally usable UI, that I can figure stuff out. I'm an idiot when it comes to hardware, though. But for the type of stuff that you're talking about, that this is not entry-level stuff, that this is, you know, there's a level of artistry to what you're doing. Is this stuff that you taught yourself through simple trial and error? Did you do some Google search and be like, okay, how do I do this thing? Or did you have a friend who helped you out? Because you mentioned that most of what that you didn't know how to do all this prior to streaming, that you don't have a background in this type of graphic design.
That would be true. I started streaming, oh my god, it's gonna be 2 years soon. On June 8th is when I first stream started. And when I started streaming, I knew I had to put out some form of content outside of Twitch. So I spent probably, and I'm still learning, 2 years learning video editing. So like subtitling and things like that. A lot of that video editing stuff I learned was also skills and like some motion graphics stuff and things like that. I'm nowhere good at motion graphics. However, learning a tool in the program I use called Resolve, this thing called Fusion. And learning Fusion was actually something that really helped me with OBS, because a lot of the stuff in OBS, some of the terms and stuff, is almost really similar to a video editor, except it's real time. So a lot of the effects I do are done with a program called StreamFX. And some of the stuff comes pre-bundled, so someone can just pop it in. It's really easy. But if you want to get more down into the nitty-gritty and have a lot of like different effects and have them do different things, you have to learn like so if you know like video editing or drawing and stuff like that, you would use like the blending effects and the stuff that comes with them, like normal maps and things like that. All that kind of blends together for me now because of the video editing I learned. And it kind of just, when I look at it, I see the similar terms and stuff, and all that just kind of came together.
Yeah, that's one of the things that as you learn different programs, it becomes easier to learn other programs, because most of the time there will be some level of overlap that depending on the discipline, that certain things will have more overlap than others, certainly. But I've definitely had those instances where it's like, oh, I recognize that word, I know what that's supposed to do, and it sort of helps ease you into it. But it's definitely something that you need to learn along the way. Also, Athenia, thank you for the follow. So what do you remember what the first I suppose original piece in OBS you made was? Do you have that starting point, or perhaps just the first time that you finished a scene or something felt like I made something really cool?
For the first scene, actually probably be one of my more recent scenes, because I didn't start that till recently. I still use that scene. The first scene I made was actually the scene where it's just simple balloons popping up, and the text says "I'm in distress," and I have 3 of those. I actually started using those recently because chat really took to them well. I have 3 versions, one for my game, one for my chat, and the other version is it just says "Chat stop being clowns," and it has a zoom in on chat because they like to act up a lot. And that was actually the first OBS scene I made. My first step into learning OBS though was I'm not sure if you've ever seen me zoom in on my face during stream. That simple kind of thing was something, my first learning point, I guess, for more advanced OBS stuff.
Yeah, that's something that going back to Poppy and some others, that even those basic camera movements do add a lot of literal and figurative depth to a stream.
I kind of like Poppy's setup. More recently, like with the zooms and stuff, he takes on a very cartoony route, which I kind of like, where it has like these zooms and it has that little whoosh sound.
Yeah, the whip crack sound effect.
Yep. And I think that's something that I brought up earlier, is just like learning that little bit of stuff really helps take you from, doing what I call the bare minimum, like that a little bit of extra effort. Someone's going to see that and they're gonna be like, I think something I say a lot is, it takes one thing to be an entertainer. It takes another thing to be remembered. So someone who comes in your stream and they see you have great commentary and you're playing a game, they're going to like you as an entertainer, but will you be remembered? And I think with like just having that little extra stuff, someone's be like, "Oh yeah, Poppy's that guy with the whip crack sound," you know? And that's why I always have like the scenes ready for when someone raids me. They're like, "Oh yeah, Kitsune's the one that has them falling from the sky," things like that, you know? And I remember one of my friends, I don't know if you know them, Nanase Kane, um, they shouted me out and they're talking about my thing. They're like, if you ever raid them, you don't know what you're gonna get. And I kind of like just having that kind of sentiment. I don't want to say that sentiment.
Definitely embracing the chaos there. And I am familiar with Kane, that Kane is another member of Yokomeshi with you, if memory serves.
Mm-mm-mm.
That you were
Yeah,
actually, I'd have to count that I've had a good number of Yokomeshi folk on my channel. I think that's actually how I first found you, because just doing the show now for over a year, that you get to realize, all right, there's certain teams that just, do really good stuff. And that I had already had Yozo and a number of others on the show. So when it was announced, all right, Yokomeshi has a couple new members, I made sure to check them all out. And I do believe that is what first drew my attention to you. So I don't actually know if I mentioned that to you before, but there's that origin story.
Oh wow. Yokomeshi's been good for me. For sure, for sure. I met a lot of friends, and that's something I always kind of felt left out in the VTuber sphere. I didn't really have like a lot of close people I know I could just like collab with pretty frequently and just have a place. I think Yokomeshi's been very good for that.
Yeah. It's a big community at a small one at the same time, but it's always nice to have your own little friend group. And that's one of the really cool things about just, stream teams and different groups, that even though people understand, all right, this isn't an agency, we're not doing stuff super professional, that just finding people that you vibe with, whether it be because you have similar content or just similar personalities or similar styles in the way you approach content creation. And Yokomeshi's, I guess, if memory serves, one of the terms that's just used on the team page on Twitch is top tier shit posting. And I would say that you all very much deliver on that promise.
I think almost every single person there has some sort of unhingedness to them. I think the only member I really haven't talked to too well is Iska. I know they're pretty busy, but everyone else there I could vouch for. They're just kind of, they have a little bit of crazy in them.
I feel like everyone in the VTuber community has a little bit of crazy, or really just streamers in general, that you need to have a certain amount of crazy to want to do this type of entertainment, to want to put yourself out there and, create content in this crazy live manner, and especially with everything of just, the overlays, the model, you name it. And that I think that's part of what makes the VTuber community so fun, is that everyone is here to have fun and doing their own crazy thing in their own crazy way.
Yeah. I think every streamer's a little bit crazy.
We're all a little crazy here.
I was trying not to laugh when you said that. I was like, dang, you're calling us out.
Oh, well, I'm calling myself out at the same time, so.
Yep. I think everybody, and especially being a streamer and stuff, you definitely are kind of a little bit crazy.
Do you have any dream scenes or just things that you want to create in OBS that you haven't either had the time for yet, or that you don't feel you have the skill for yet, but that you say, all right, when I am able to, I want to make this?
So I do have some plans down the line to get a, how do I say this out? Really spoiling, a true form would be a way to say it. So some of the scenes that I have already kind of sitting in my OBS, I can't use them for anything until I get that model. There is a couple of scary scenes I wanted to create too. I have the house scene, right? But I wanted something more kind of spooky. I just haven't found the right set piece yet. Because I don't know if you noticed, almost every part of my scene uses a lot of what's the word, photo bashing, and sourcing some really good images. So one of my favorite scenes where I'm sure you've seen, it's the fridge scene. Um, it's actually taken from a video of a bear breaking into somebody's house.
Wait, what?
Um, yeah. Let me actually send you the video.
Oh my gosh.
And I tell people this all the time, and once they see the video, it's like every time they see it, they just can't unsee it. So the video, the fridge is into somebody's house.
Oh, oh dear.
So when I show people, I've watched it a few times on stream, and when people realize it, they're like, "Wait, that's the fridge scene."
Oh my gosh.
And it's I think it only happens, there's like 2 frames in the video where that was like no bear being able to be seen. So, but that's kind of how I like sourcing my stuff.
Just finding crazy stuff, picking out the good parts, and putting it all together. Just, OBS alchemy.
When I see something perfect, I just can't help but be like, okay, that's perfect for a scene. I save it. I have all sorts of weird images on my PC that I'm like, I could use this for something.
One thing you had actually mentioned earlier is that along with OBS and all the other things that you've learned, that you've also gotten into video editing. This extends to your own content. It's clip editing at times. Are there any, I suppose, either projects or just fun tricks you've learned along the way for video editing? Because obviously that is a very broad category of potential content and skills. So I'm not surprised to hear that it's something that you've delved into, because I feel like it's something that most content creators nowadays at least need to have a passing ability for, just to, in being able to get their own content out. That I don't have much when it comes. Oh dear. There was a regular. I was just like, oh.
Yeah. I actually more recently I've started using video editing a lot in my OBS, because I can make transparent video files. So for a lot of my scenes, some of the movements are actually done in a video editor, and then I apply filters and shaders onto a video, and loop it. That's something I do very frequently, and that's something probably where most of my video editing expertise has gone into. Just because using the blending options now that are now available in OBS, I can add in static effects. I can make it's really nice to be able to have those synced up timed effects and sound files all in the same kind of area, just so it's easy to make and separate stuff and kind of put things together. And a lot of my video editing stuff that I practiced goes right back into OBS, just with the blending options and just making things move. In my OBS, I know you see all my triggers and stuff that pop up, but I'm not sure if you've ever seen the little bonks that I have that aren't related to the TITS program, but the bonks and stuff that I fly out, those are done in video editors that I did.
Okay. Because my video editing skills are very, very basic, that I know how to, clip things, chop things, do some fade dissolves, move things around, and a lot of this just comes by virtue of I upload my shows after the fact to YouTube. I chop out the 5-minute, starting soon screen. That way, when people click the video, that's just the start of the actual show. And sometimes if there's a break or something, that I will do the editing to get a good fade from right before whatever the thing was broke to right after we fixed whatever the thing that broke was. But I don't really know how to do much in terms of special effects. That I can do audio leveling. I can do some really basic stuff, but that definitely remains one of those areas that I've just not really delved into. So I always have a lot of respect for people who are actually skilled in that area and being able to see it. And it's something that, like I said, it makes a lot of sense that someone who does VTubing, who does content creation nowadays, would want to invest time in those skills. If you were to advise someone like me or someone who's just getting started, who has, they know how to run basic software stuff. You don't need to hold their hands on how to install a thing and how to get a clip into the program. But what would you say is one of your biggest learnings or shortcuts that you've learned, or just overall usability tricks?
I think the biggest thing for any program, just for like learning it and stuff, is definitely learning the keybinds. I would say if you ever go into any program, learning what the keybinds do will make you go so much faster with your editing, and it's so much simpler than flipping through the 50 buttons to cut something or things like that. You can just press a button. That's something that's very helpful for any video editing program. And I would say if you're looking to get into video editing, starting simple is the best way to do it. Don't be afraid to use some of the pre-made effects and stuff. Nobody's really going to notice. Something that I always, when I actually help one of my friends make a clip and I was showing them how to video edit, I wanted to show them how to do simple stuff. So I had them cut the video up first, and so they get their jump cuts ready. And then I taught them how to do just the basic transitions. So that's drag and drop, because there's pre-made ones, right? And after that, I did a small tutorial on keyframing, which is something I think everybody should learn in video editing. That's like moving images and having it move on different keyframes. You can make stuff spin. Once you learn keyframing, the possibilities for video editing really open up for you. And that's when things really start to make sense. And I think teaching somebody that, just the basics of that, they can realize, oh, I can now change colors and have it change over time. I can have something spin. I can have something move, left and right across the screen, things like that. I think that's something that's super important for someone who's learning video editing.
Yeah, that seems like one of the sort of origin points for a lot of different functionality. So having that foundational skill, like you said, opens up a lot of doors. And when you mentioned like keybinds and whatnot, that I feel like learning in just, basic word editor, control X, C, V, and A in, I don't recall if I learned about that in like 4th, 5th grade, but just when you learn those simple commands, your world changes in how you use software. And if you're able to get those basic things, like you said, just the efficiency skyrockets, because it means that you're not taking 5-10 seconds every time to mouse up to the top bar and tab, edit, click cut, and all that. Of just the way you were able to work is much smoother, and it makes the process so much easier. And even spending like just the mental cycles even, and being able to work more fluidly and keep yourself going, that it's those little things that actually can make a big difference for sure.
Yeah, I think for like especially video editing, it's super important. I mean, I think the most one I use all the time is probably Control X, just to delete something and paste it somewhere else. It's something that's very helpful for me.
Absolutely.
For sure.
One type of scene that you'd mentioned that you're looking into, and this is obviously for farther down the line, because this sounds like it'd be a very big undertaking. You said that you want to figure out how to do a 3D cooking show, and you mentioned some VTubers similar to Onigiri, who does basically a green screen cooking show, but that you're interested in doing something where you're able to actually have your model there in 3D and be operating your model. Whereas for Giri's, at least at this point in time, that she just has the gloves, that this would be something that would be actually pretty revolutionary in terms of how people could potentially use their models.
The way to do it, like, You know, I have a rough idea how to do it. I definitely could do it. Um, you know, at this point in time, I'm currently still in my old place, so I can't do it right now because I have the space. However, um, the idea is it's basically like just a 3D tracked model. And that's super simple. Anybody can do that. You just put that into a green screen environment. Um, the next job would be mostly OBS work. You want to have proper layering. You want to make sure the camera's positioned right, everything like that. Once everything's all set and done with the position and the layering, that's when you get into the nitty gritty of having mass dynamic layers that will cover your model. So if you pick up a frying pan, it shows up in front of the model. If you spill something on yourself, instead of it showing up behind the model and not existing, it would show up on the model. And that stuff's super simple to do. And the idea for it is basically I'd be in there in a green screen suit with trackers on myself, and then the model tracked to me. And then everything else gets green screened out. I'll have a background image of my room that I'll put behind the green screen. So when everything gets green screened out, it looks normal. And this also means I could have VTuber collabs really easily by putting my friends right behind the layered counter, which can be done just by doing a dynamic mask and separating that out from the green screen. And I can also have my IRL friends, if they wanted to pop up on stream and say hi, they could show up and I would be in the model and they would have their, you know, human bodies right there. It's something that I think is really cool and I can't wait to see how it comes out.
That feels like something that I'm waiting for someone, whether it be you or somebody else, to be able to implement that and to make it a easily accessible tool. That prior to Tits being released, I had seen some people with a Tits-like program where they could have something thrown at themselves, but they were few and far between. But when Tits was released and anyone could buy it, download it, install it very easily on VTube Studio, that it was everywhere in a matter of a week. And that's something that's very emblematic of technology as a whole, that it's not that people don't want certain technology or wouldn't know how to use certain technology. It's that it's not accessible, that it either is prohibitively expensive or is just not easily available to be able to acquire the tech in the first place. So it makes
I would
me think
say you go.
that basically bottom line is that it seems to me, and I say this as someone who isn't a VTuber themselves, so perhaps I am wrong, perhaps I'm misinterpreting things or am not aware of certain programs, but I feel like this is something that a lot of VTubers would be interested in, but for whatever reason, it's just not easily accessible right now, either because even if the technology exists, that it needs to be assembled piecemeal and that the assembly takes a lot of effort and time, or because there is some other missing piece that keeps it from being easily integratable into people's setups.
I would say a lot of it. So there is actually a program out there that I use very frequently for this type of stuff. It's called LIV. And basically, it's a VR tool. So it basically imports your model into this thing called LIV. And the tool's basically for streaming. Normally, it's for capturing your IRL person and putting it into the game. It's called mixed reality. And it's something that a lot of programs have that you can take advantage of. So like, for example, if you play Beat Saber, a lot of it's just plug and play. You put your model in LIV, and now your 3D model's in Beat Saber with a camera you can put down. However, the part that I'm doing is something that, you know, not a lot of people know how to do with OBS. Not only that, though, you also need a VR headset, and just having a VR headset that's LIV capable, that, you know, just not even for full body tracking, which is $400 on its own. You're looking at like $400 for, you know, a LIV capable headset, because I'm not sure if Oculus supports the LIV headset. So there's already a cost to entry. And then what you're also looking at is having knowledge of green screening and layering, and that's just for the bare minimum. And then finding out how to, you know, use LIV in your streamer room with this IRL perspective. It's something that Might take a little bit of thought for people who know how to do stuff like that. But if you don't know how to do it, then that's something that you're probably gonna struggle with.
Okay, so we're actually dealing with multiple pain points here, where it's both the hardware cost and the software expertise, and it not being something that's easy to work with. So that definitely explains why it is a rarity right now, and I think it's going to be interesting to see over the next. I wouldn't be surprised if in 2 years the type of tech we're talking about is very widespread and accessible, because one of the things about technology as a whole is just the curve of which things are developed and then become available. That rewind the clocks 10 years, VTubing had the massive barrier to entry, because if you wanted to be a VTuber, you needed this like $10,000 tech rig, body trackers, live 2D didn't exist. And that's why you saw very, very few people doing this. And those that did were people who usually had a company backing them. But now we have all these programs that are very easily accessible, that they're either cheap or free, and that it then just comes down to, you don't even need to have your own original model. There are free, royalty-free models that you can get and just use, or you can just use a PNG even. And that's all changed in a matter of years. And even looking at where VTubing is today versus where it was 1 year ago, 2 years ago, is miles apart. So it's going to be interesting to see. I don't think it's an if, I think it's a when this type of stuff becomes available, and just how people use it, because I think what you're talking about for a cooking show makes perfect sense. But then there's any number of ideas that it literally opens up a new dimension for people to do content creation.
And it's something really cool to think about how you can combine. I mean, you've already seen it before with like, I can't remember it was an anime tuber guy, but they had a Callie on the stream.
Oh yeah,
and yep. And they had her live 2D on the screen with something that's super simple, probably just a simple mask with the green screen, but just having it be there is something that's so, I guess, enthralling in a way. Like, when you see that podcast, it's like, oh wow, that's something that you don't really see with a lot of VTubers, is being in an IRL space like that. I think there's some market to be have there
for sure,
like VTubing and stuff. You can even have like in the future, there's a streamer gamer awards, right? Instead of having VTubers physically be there to get a trophy, they can walk on the stage with their virtual models. It's something to really think about, I guess, just seeing this kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's people talk about the metaverse. No, it's actually VTubers getting into the real world. That's the real future. Also, Azure Draluk, thank you for the follow. You mentioned Callie on Trash Taste. I do remember that. I've also seen Project Melody has been on, funny enough, cooking streams, where she is not interacting with anything, but like she was sitting on the counter and it was a collab, and I'm blanking on the name of the person that she was working with, but that the IRL streamer in this case was the person doing all the cooking and whatnot, but that Melody was, sitting on the countertop nearby and talking, and that you had the virtual avatar in the 3D space. So, like you mentioned, we already have this sort of first level technology, but really being able to take it to the next step to where you're going to be able to actually do those types of interactions and interact with the IRL world while only showing your model, I think is going to be really big. And if I had to guess, I would say it's within 2 years that we're going to reach that being pretty accessible, at least from a software standpoint. The hardware cost, I think, will actually end up being the longer lasting hurdle, because that type of stuff is usually a bit expensive, slower to catch up. And something like that, I doubt will get below 200 to 150-ish. So it's never going to be, when there's actual hardware required, you're unlikely to get past a certain threshold for price availability, but I'm guessing that it's going to go down from, the 400 that we have now. But even then, $150, $200, even if it's cut in half, that's still a not insignificant amount of money. So,
yeah, and that's not even including the extras, like if you wanted better tracking for the full body and stuff. And, there's other stuff too. Like, I'm not sure what headsets have like hand tracking. So if you wanted finger tracking, the index controllers support that for VR. Or you can get what's that tool called? I think it's Luppet. And so that's also the extra cost of entry just for like better gear to have better tracking to make it look less scuffed.
Yeah, I wonder if there might be a halfway point for the technology where you could use just a live 2D model, not have to have the extra tracking gear, but then be able to either have a green screen set up and then some simple track points where you can still be using your live 2D model even though it's not in the 3D space, that you can, similar to what you had on Trash Taste, and be able to moderately convincingly have the interaction, but then it's a 2D superimposed on a 3D, so I'm not sure how that would look in practice. But it makes me wonder if since we have tracking where you don't need hardware with live 2D, I wonder if there is some sort of implementation where you could get something similar to what you would have with 3D. And I am not big enough brain to know how that would potentially work, but that's the type of concept that I wonder if somebody smarter than me might someday come up with.
I mean, actually, there's already some people working on stuff like that. That's with the new live 2D hand tracking stuff that came out. There's a lot of VTubers with cool stuff, and some people have already made kind of things that are pre-tracked for, that would work in a real space if they did something for it. Like, there's a person who has tracking for, I think it's their flute, and there's also another person who has a guitar that actually tracks the finger points on the guitar using the finger gestures. And there's also a VTuber I watch called Keyta who has some really impressive kind of hand and finger tracking that I haven't really seen on a VTuber model before for live 2D.
Ooh, okay, because I've seen posts from the VTube Studio account. You mentioned the flute one. I have seen that, and I've seen for the finger tracking. Hadn't seen the one for the guitar, but that's interesting. And that in particular, I think has a lot of potential, that if you're able to do tracking where it's, fine-tuned enough to be able to, actually tell which fret you're on, that opens up a lot of possibilities. So I'm not surprised that smarter minds than my own have already thought of this and are already looking into it. And I look forward to see what they end up doing with it.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I just need to go grab some water. I'll
Sure
be back
thing.
in a minute.
Well, in the meantime, I'm going to get a shout out done out there. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. Gosh, it's already been an hour. Time just flying by. I see so many blankies in the chat. May and I were talking before we went live, just seeing all the different blankies, and she was mentioning that apparently this particular emote is used more outside her channel than on her channel. I forget which one has a higher use on her own channel, but emote usage statistics are very, very interesting to me. Yes, Majigly Doobers, we're addicted to our blankies. Yes, indeed. And I'd say some of my favorite emote styles that I love: blanky emotes, wiggly emotes, and the jammy ones, the sort of dancing ones. If any of you have other favorite emotes in the chat, feel free to drop them, or just, keep spamming the blankies. I won't complain. Blanky swarm. Yes, indeed. And if for some crazy reason you aren't already following May, do be sure to do that on both Twitter and Twitch. She has a full website with a bunch of other social links that you can find on her Twitch page. So if you want to find all the different ones, that's where to go. She also has a Discord server. Eismer Rod. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you for the follow. Mecha Bandit 9, thank you so much for the follow.
I have returned.
Welcome back. We were just talking about some of the emotes, and that you had mentioned to me just before we went live that apparently the Blanky emote sees higher usage outside your channel than on the channel, but I can't remember which emote it is that has higher usage on your channel. Was that a Wiggly one, or was it a different one?
I believe it's the Wiggly has 2 times the usage inside than outside. I can actually get the exact statistics for you in just a second. But I'm really glad they actually added that in the statistics tab on Twitch, because it's very interesting to know.
Yeah, that's one of the few things that I'm not an affiliate by choice. I have chosen to not monetize my channel, but the 2 things I wish I had, but I can't have because I'm not an affiliate, are emotes and polls. That if I were to ever do that, it would be for those reasons, but that is not enough for me to take that plunge at this point in time. So
yeah,
I always love seeing my guests' emotes in the chat because it's always very fun. It means that the guest community is shown up, and it helps sort of flavor the evening, because every community, every chat is different. And, this time around, we just happen to have a lot of blankies, and I'm okay with that.
Here's a novel idea for you. Have you ever used BTTV?
I'm aware of BTTV. I haven't actually taken the time to use it. Like I said, I'm aware of it, and it does sound pretty easy. So that is definitely, I would say, more likely than me actually taking affiliate.
I still have the exact statistics. So Blankies is used 2.26k times so far in my channel. Outside of my channel, it's been used 5.38k times. So almost double the usage outside than inside. And then inside, Wiggly has been used 3.38k inside, and then outside it's been used 2.31.
It's so interesting because it suggests that people have either certain differences in mentalities on other channels, or maybe it's because actually, now that I think about it, maybe it's because Wigglies are a more common emote, I feel, than Blanky emotes, and that every so often I'll just see, Wiggly trains happen in chat where people just start dropping all the different Wiggly emotes that they have, whether it be that channels or other channels. And since Blanky emotes aren't as common, that they aren't as prone to being used for their similarity.
Yeah, I actually, so before Wigglies were like really around, I know I'm one of my favorite streamers. They now go by Selkie, I believe.
Oh yeah, I know Selkie.
Had a Blankies emote, which I really liked. And I'm like, I really want something like that. And then Wiggly started happening, and somebody created my Wiggly for me for my Christmas stream, and it was really sweet. And it's something that every time I look at it, like, I love the Wiggly too.
I remember it was, I think, my 5th episode, so this was a while back, that my guest was Phoebe Chan Chibi, otherwise known as. And when we were chatting in Discord for planning, at one point she sent me just the original Pop Leo Wiggly just GIF, and I was so taken. It was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I love it. And this was before Twitch had animated emotes, because they were implemented relatively early on last year, but this was a couple weeks before that. So for that episode, and it's still available on my YouTube channel, that I actually changed all of the alert notifications to, instead of being the sort of black, white, and gold slide out that we have right now, that it was
Yep.
the original Poplio Wiggly with the text under it just for that show. I switched it back afterwards. But imagine my surprise and delight where within 2 months I start seeing, it started with the original Poplio Wiggly being used on a couple channels, and then people started customizing them, and it just got better from there. And here we are today, where we now have people using. I see MajiglyTubers alone has 2, 4, 6, 8 different Wiggly emotes, and they remain some of my favorites to this day. So talk about evolution of a meme.
I'm just gonna get all my Wigglies together. I have so many. Hold on.
They're so good.
They're still growing, right? I think there's a very specific subset of people that still kind of have Wigglies in the channel community, but it's so good to see Wigglies kind of expand out like they have, just like more. They're just so nice.
They're cute and silly and fun. There we go. Yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 different Wigglies. Oh my goodness.
I used to have more, but some of my subs expired.
Yeah, I know certain artists have made small businesses, as you mentioned, out of just doing Wigglies, and that they'll take commissions for $30 or whatever, and depending on the artist, that sometimes it will be as simple as changing the color palette, but sometimes you can get people who are able to put in either accessories or different little unique bits like horns or ears or something that makes it more stylized toward your model. But I'm very happy to see that Wigglies have become almost an industry of their own.
I was really surprised when my Wiggly had my sword. I think it's so cute.
Sorry, just admiring the Wigglies. Are there any emotes apart from Wigglies and Blankies that you particularly enjoy?
I really like the Yep emo. It's a BTTV specific one. And Pause Champ. I think I added Pause Champ to my channel. I do have a Yep emote now. But until I get partner, which I'm not sure if you saw the news, and
you did apply for partner.
I did. So I'm hoping once I get that, I can move all my stuff on BTTV over. But I do have a Yep emote, and I really like how Yep looks as an emote. And Pause Champ, which I have my own Peepo version.
Yeah, definitely wishing you luck there. That goodness knows the partner approval system is nebulous at best. And, I've known some people who have gotten it on their first shot. I've known a couple others who it took 13. It seems that for people in Europe, actually, that partner is a significantly higher climb than those in North America. Just for whatever reason, I don't know if it's the people who are running it, but I have noticed that people who are in Europe just seem to have to apply more times. So, fingers crossed. But I definitely think that for you, it is a when not an if that you'll be adding a little bit of purple to your profile.
I'm kind of a little bit more hopeful because I do have the I know a lot of people apply for partner and get denied a bunch, don't really have like a lot of other social media they use. I've been very fortunate with my growth on Twitter and TikTok, so I'm hoping they see that and they're like, all right, we can get this person. Because Twitch is always looking for new people on their platform, which is something that a lot of people kind of forget to consider.
Yeah, for sure. So one thing I actually want to move to, one thing I always try and find for my guests is something that I haven't talked with any other guests about before. And when I asked you, what are a couple of your hobbies or passions or things, that you brought up something that I can confidently say has never come up before, and I'm going to move us over to this other scene. May enjoy bird watching and just photography of birds, and that's something that I would have never known, at least for the streams of yours that I've tuned in for. I've not heard it brought up. I'm guessing it's probably come up a couple of times and I've just missed them. But
Very rarely do I talk
yeah,
about it.
this isn't something that is super common. How do you get into bird watching?
So, it was actually during my school years. I had an elective class that I took. It was a AP class for wildlife studies, um, and a lot of that was talking about nature and going on walks and stuff like that. As a side project, our teacher was also very into bird watching, and he would take us out and have us keep a journal of birds we saw. He taught us there's actually it's a national like challenge to get see as many birds as you can in 1 year. I forgot what it's called, but it's something that he wanted us to participate in. So we'd name every bird we saw, and we made a big collage at the end of the year of all the pictures we took and stuff like that. And some of it was actually very challenging. That bird you see on the right is a regional bird for the Northeast in the U.S. It's called a black-capped chickadee. However, there's an invasive species as known as the western black-capped chickadee, which as climate slowly starts to warm up due to climate change, the eastern black-capped chickadees are actually almost extinct, and they're very hard to see. We actually managed to see one, and the difference is very subtle. But the eastern black-capped chickadee has less of a black cap on the top of their head. And that's actually probably one of the most common birds you'll see is a black-capped chickadee. But there's also a lot of elusive birds we saw. One of my favorite birds actually is a gray catbird. When they're very territorial, and when they get angry, they puff up like a little fluff ball. It's really cute. I couldn't send you the picture for that one though, because that would have some potential to dox me in a way, since we
Definitely don't want to do that.
some of my pictures
Now-
are featured on some places. So
Oh, that's cool. Now, for this one, that the bird is on your finger. So, how were you able to do that? I guess you sometimes see videos of people just sort of holding out their hand. That if you're lucky enough, a bird will perch on it. Is there any method to this, or is it sort of just hope?
It's there is actually a method. So you can go to any store and buy a big bag of bird seed during the winter specifically, or colder months, usually early spring, or late winter or early winter, when there's snow on the ground. The birds like to go out to look for food before either before hibernation or after they wake up because they're hungry.
Yeah, and we can see snow on the ground in the background here.
Yep. And you can get a bunch of bird feed and put in your hand. That's actually cropped out. I have probably a pile of seeds in my hand right now. And so there's certain birds that'll come up to you. They're social birds. They aren't afraid of humans. Some birds are afraid of humans. Black-capped chickadees, as long as you stay very still and you can move your head and other arm and stuff, just not fast, they will stay in your hand and eat the food right off your hand, which is a trait unique to them. They're a very trusting bird. There was another picture, which I didn't send you because it wasn't too good. It's a bird called a tufted titmouse. It's a much bigger bird. And I was very fortunate to have one land on my hand and then grab a seed and fly off in probably took 3 seconds, not even. And that's something that's very uncommon. I think we only had a black-capped chickadee mostly land on our hands. There was also I think it's called a junco bird. Dark-eyed junco. We had one land on our hand as well, which is something that also doesn't happen too often because they go on the ground usually. There's some birds that will look for food in bushes and trees. The black-eyed junco will hop on the ground and kind of peck the ground to look for food. It's really cute.
I love bird names. They're so fun. That black-capped chickadee, junco, titmouse, and just when it comes to naming of animals, some are super scientific and just a lot of Latin, but birds for whatever reason seem to have a lot more fun in their naming conventions.
There's actually the naming conventions for birds are very specific. they're named after either how they look or if they make a specific sound.
Which is a
So for
logical enough
example,
thing.
yep, you have the lyre bird, which it's kind of like it's almost a play on its thing because that's spelled like a liar, as in like lying to you, but they mimic sounds. The gray catbird, which I mentioned earlier, actually sounds like a cat, um, which can freak people out kind of. When I think it's when it's calling, it'll sound like a cat, like going meow. And you probably have heard one. They're very common. I'll actually send the call to you now. Um, but it's something that a lot of people with birds and stuff, like it's very specific naming, either how they look or how they sound. So you have the
Mhm.
bald eagle. It's a bird with a very flat head. Um, there's or sometimes it's even locations. Like you have a barn house owl. They're found
Yeah.
in barn
And,
houses.
where do you find it? Well, in the barn.
It's something I really like with birds.
Now, so we have this one. Next one, this is just up on a phone pole. So this I feel like is a common enough thing, but it's still just a really nice shot. You have sort of the
Mhm.
3 gray and the 1 white bird. So what do we have here?
Those are actually two different birds. There's a mourning dove. Actually, three different birds. My bad. There's rock pigeons. There's also a mourning dove. I believe he's in the back. He's hard to see. The three birds up
Oh
front
yeah, I
though
think I
are
see the head
rock
on the
pigeons,
right side.
and
Yeah.
then just a bill-nosed seagull, which or a ring-nosed seagull, which has like a little ring around his beak. They're really cute. Um, I was really wanting to get a picture of a mourning dove. They're really pretty. A lot of people, it's not morning as in like morning daytime. It's morning as in sad. I believe it's due to their call. Um, but that is actually my bad. There's also a grackle, a common grackle, which
A
is a
grackle.
that's
I've
the
never
I believe
I've
that's the
heard of a
bird.
good number of these birds before. Like I've heard of titmouse before. I've heard of,
Yep.
something cap birds. I've never heard of a grackle before, and that just sounds like, you know, it sounds like something out of a fantasy game.
A grackle is actually usually confused with a crow. They're a little bit smaller. They make a horrific noise. I'm not sure if you've ever heard those July 4th of July wooden clacker type of things. They make
Oh
something that
yeah.
sounds so scary to that. Let me send you the call for the grackle just so you can know what they sound like. They sound very bad. Would be a pretty horrific sound though, and they're very common during late spring. But I believe that's the one on the back as well with the mourning dove, and then the rest are just the rock pigeons. We usually found the rock pigeons hanging out there. There's also another bird which we really liked was the it's the brown cowbird or something like that. Let me get the exact name. Brown-headed cowbird. That's the one. That's one of my other favorite birds as well. They're very funny. They make a horrific
That just
noise
sounds
as
like
well.
something out of Avatar: The Last Airbender, because they had the hybrid animals, so a cowbird.
Yep, they're called a cowbird because they got really fat tummies. They got little pudgies. Something about birds too is there's actually kind of hard to identify because the female bird looks so different than a male bird. You can actually see the female rock pigeon on the left, and then you have a male one on the far right. They look almost entirely different.
Yeah, because when you mentioned that there were 3 types of birds, my initial inclination was, okay, if you're going from left to right, that bird number 1 is one species, and then 2 and 4 are the other, and obviously the white one is different. And that was before you pointed out the one that's sort of hidden in the background there. So that's a difference in, we see that in video games. A classic example is Pokemon, that there's slight differences between male and females of the same species. So, I've always known that was something that you saw in nature, but I feel like it is a less common type of thing for it to be that type of pronoun. So that's really neat to see right there.
Mhm.
And is it common to see 3 different types of birds all, just perching such close proximity? Because it's very natural to see, flocks of birds together, and that whole bunch of them will be on power lines or poles or whatever. And I guess it doesn't seem outrageous to see 2, but for it to be just, a small group of birds and to have 3 different species in 5, is that type of mix more common than I might expect, or is this something of a rarity?
It's something that's kind of common. There's actually a lot of diversity with how birds live and survive in the wild. So when birds are looking for food like this, they're competitive eat feeders. Like they'll eat and chase after each other if they're like fighting for the same piece of food. However, nature kind of balances this out with where birds live in a tree and close to the ground. So some birds will hunt for food near the bottom of trees. Some birds will hunt for food in the middle of a tree. Some birds will hunt for food in the top of trees, such as other birds like hawks and stuff like that. And then you'll find a lot of birds that look for stuff on the ground and won't typically fight each other because they live in the bushes, and on posts like this, they'll look for food and seed and other things like that. You'll actually find birds of prey, such as bigger birds like bald eagles and stuff. They will stand miles away from another bird, perched up, usually at the top of a tree or flying really high in circles. Hawks and bigger birds will do that typically. And then you'll find similar sized birds like seagulls, rock pigeons, and stuff. They get along well because they're not competitive feeders. They don't chase over small prey. They mostly go for seed or like food left over, scraps basically. They'll get in trouble though if there's like a vulture or something, because vultures, are very territorial over their food. They're a bigger bird, and bigger birds tend to fight each other more. But similar sized birds like the smaller pigeons and stuff are typically not competitive or territorial as much as a bigger bird would be.
Gotcha. Like
Mhm.
this is all new stuff to me, folks. That I know jack about birds, so it's really cool that you're obviously very versed in this stuff. Is this all stuff that you learned in that AP wildlife class, or is this something that
Yeah.
after the class that you continued on and started to learn on your own, or was this just by virtue of being an AP class that they're going to have a lot of info and the teacher being a bird buff themselves?
A lot of it was, uh, you know, just uh, I guess the difference for me is I learn really well when I'm like physically out doing something or like touching some right trips pretty frequently. He took us out to have experience with wildlife, things like that. And he'd always teach us stuff on the fly. He invited us out because for 1 year on a field trip, I like telling this story. We had a ex-Navy SEAL teacher come up to us and be like, "Hey, you guys want to come with me and your teacher to help pull invasive weeds out of this lake?" Um, so he brought us out to this lake, and it was as a field trip. We are there for like probably 12 hours in a canoe in the water. And as we're getting our canoes out, our teacher, who's the ex-Navy SEAL, told us all about the field trip and why we're here and what we were doing, because there's this invasive species that kills a native plant, and the native plant's almost extinct, and he comes out every year to this lake to pull the native invasive species out. I forget the name of the invasive species, but just being out there and learning really taught us a lot about, how invasive species are and how they impact the wildlife and stuff. And I always remember our teacher coming out in a wetsuit with scuba tanks on his back, and he has the scuba mask on his top of his head, and he says, "You kids want to know a fact?" Because it's winter, right? It's winter. He's like, "You kids want to know a fact? When you're cold diving in a wetsuit, you either have to hold your pee in or pee." He's like, "And I'm taking the latter." And then he walked right into the water with his mask on.
Well, it's true.
Yep. He he was in under there for, I think he had double tanks on. He was under the water for about 2 hours, pulling up
Holy cow.
weeds.
Wow.
So we were in canoes. Our teacher had one canoe. Our partner didn't make it for the day, so he was by himself in a kayak trying to go around. And we had a net and a bucket, and we just take the weeds, net it up, and put it up. And our teacher goes back every year. He's like, "You guys wanted me to invite you again?" And he's invited me a couple times, which I have gone back out with him. Outside
That's
Lake,
so
which is a lot
cool
of
when you
fun.
have a teacher that's one very obviously passionate about their subject matter because some
Mhm.
teachers love teaching in that they can be shuffled around and teach elementary school math or English or social studies and that they have that type of general knowledge, and that's definitely more common in lower grades. But then when you get to higher grades, so high school or college, that someone has that area of expertise. But even so, not every teacher is going to really light up necessarily.
Mhm.
And it's always really nice when you have a teacher that is just very obviously passionate and able to add something to the course, that it's not just them conveying, simple facts or reading off slides or out of a book. And it sounds like you definitely had a really good one for this wildlife course.
I think it's something really nice when a teacher actually goes out of their way to, I guess, instead of just instructing the students, they actually go out of their way to kind of help push their knowledge forward and make them think outside of the box a little bit without, basically just handing them a pamphlet and saying, "Do this."
Hmm. Yeah.
And I won't lie, I wasn't the best kid in school. I passed with a 2.8 GPA, but it kind of makes me happy knowing I passed with my senior year with all A's.
Hey, there you go. And you mentioned the different types of birds and where they perch and the different, eating
Yeah.
styles. And you have actually, you said, which is one of your proudest pictures that you can see here. It's pretty cloudy, but right there in the center, you see that blob, and that is a bald
I
eagle,
I
which,
was really happy.
that, like you said, up perching in the top of trees, looking around, very secluded, that there aren't any other birds around, and that whereas there was the flat top chickadee, which is, like you said, a social bird, very easy to get to approach you and just literally eat out of your hand, versus the other birds that you can get pretty close to. That simply getting a picture of a bald eagle is a challenge. One, because they are an endangered species, but
Mhm.
also because, like you said, they usually don't go in flocks, and that usually other birds are probably going to avoid them for good reason. So
The
being able to
hardest
get a
thing
picture
about
at all
getting a
is a
bald
feat.
eagle the hardest thing about getting a bald eagle is when they see you, they fly away. They don't like seeing people. When they see people, it means they're too close, and they will
Hmm.
fly away. And this is true. He looked at us and he flew away. So we were seeing this guy for a couple of days. We assume he was nesting in this area. And we were all on this cloudy day, and we were really far down the trail. This picture doesn't look that way, but this is cropped from my binoculars. I shot this from my binoculars. I put my
Oh,
phone
wow.
in there and took a picture. So this is really, really, really far away. And so it was a really bad shot, but I was happy because my teacher's like, "This is the first time we've ever gotten a picture of a bald eagle."
It's like
I
seeing
took
a
a
legendary
couple.
Pokemon.
Mhm. One of these pictures is framed in the school somewhere. I didn't share that one, but this one wasn't one that we used. But if you zoom in really close in the picture, you can just see the yellow on the beak.
Yeah, that's
But
super cool.
that was a fun picture.
And it's also just, that in its own way, it's a really artistic shot. Just the fact that it's the completely gray background. You have the shadow of the tree. You have the layering of, on the far right of it, that you can sort of see the branches of another one, which would be sort of a secondary layer. And then there's the tree line that's very hazy in the background, but that you have very blatantly, you can tell that blob, all right, we've got something here, and that, that's the bald eagle shot. And it's, even if it isn't super clear, it's really interesting and kind of majestic in its own right.
Yeah, and the story adding up to that, we've been seeing that guy for about a month because we went out every day and on our walks, and we were seeing that guy for about a month, and my teacher's like, my teacher's confused because bald eagles usually don't stay around the same area unless they're nesting. So we had a theory that that tree where I took the picture, you might have a nest in there or something, where it has little babies.
Yep.
And we saw him a couple times in the field that we really wanted a picture. There's this big open field we used to take after it took us about like 30 minutes to hike up there, and we'd take pictures and stuff, and we kept seeing him, and it was really exciting because our teachers, like, you don't really see them in the Northeast, let alone getting a full picture of one.
So how did the class periods work for you? Because you mentioned going out pretty much every day for a month. So
Yep.
at least for my high school, that we had roughly 50-minute classes, but you said that you had to hike out 30 minutes to get to where you are.
Mhm.
So if it took 30 minutes to get there, that means it's 30 minutes back, which is already an hour's time. So I know some schools had like an AB schedule where you
Mhm.
only had half of your classes on a given day and that they were like 2-hour sessions. Or how did this all work that you were able to
Without
regularly go out into the field like this?
without leaking too much in my
Yeah,
schedule,
for sure. Yeah.
and things
Safety
like
first.
that. I went into I was at a special school, I'll say that,
Gotcha.
where
Okay.
we studied special topics and stuff like that. And our class schedules were 5 classes every day, and we had about an hour and a half, or even sometimes 2 hours in each class, depending on things how they worked. Um, and every other week we would do something. We'd go to our we had like a shop class, so like I would do like for me it was info security, and stuff like that. So we had like a special like on hands class we would do.
Okay, that's really cool, and that sort of makes sense. There were a fair few AP classes offered at my high school, which is pretty run of the mill public high school. But even so, I don't remember if there was this type of wildlife course offered, and part of it may have just been that I was in a suburban area, so there were some forests nearby, but probably not areas that are as conducive to to that type of class. So that was probably why. But it's really neat that you had that type of opportunity and that you were able to have that as part of your regular class, to go out and be able to like you said, a 30-minute hike out and then back, and be able to take these types of shots.
Yeah, it was something that I'm really grateful for. I used to go to a different high school before that, and it was more like a generic kind of like high school, and it wasn't my type of thing, I guess.
Yeah. Now, the last bird picture we have is my personal favorite, and it's this amazing mid-flight picture that just the way that the sun goes through the feathers of this bird's wing, I think is super cool that you have in mid-flight. I'm guessing, as someone who doesn't know a ton about cameras, was this one of those cases where you just had rapid succession of shots over a second or two, and that's how you're able to get this, or was this just a really lucky click?
So I was actually using a phone camera for these.
Oh wow. Well,
And I used I believe it was back then I had like this off-brand ZTE phone with a pretty good camera, and I would just like hold down the button to do rapid fire shots as they were like landing and flying off to see if I get a good one.
mhm.
In this particular bird, normally they would fly down and then up. This one just jumped right off, and I cropped out my hand. You can see a little bit of my thumb in the bottom left. But um, yeah, the bird would just like fly up and fly off, and this one was very lucky because like he took off sideways off my hand, which is something you wouldn't see. You actually could see in his mouth he has the bird seed that we were feeding him. He just took
Oh,
that
yep,
with
there
him,
it is.
and I thought that was really cute.
And which type of bird
Sometimes
is
they would
this?
eat it on. This is a black-capped chickadee. This is a western black-capped chickadee. It's the
Okay, so
invasive
this was
species
the other one from the first picture. I didn't even mean to bring it full
Yep.
circle, but hey, it worked out.
That's the most common bird, one of the most common birds in North America, along with the junco and the catbird is very common in North America. You can probably see that across most states in the U.S. A lot of people actually know the catbird sound for their mewing call that you hear in the mornings. That goes, and it's
8-bit
something that
winter.
I think of.
8-bit winner, thank you for the follow. For anyone who might be interested in getting into bird watching, do you have any tips on just where to start?
Honestly, just getting a there's a lot of books you can get in your area for local bird guides, for birds and what times they're in and what seasons, because it's very hard to find them otherwise if you don't know where they are. And something we did was we cataloged them, because there's this big bird thing you do every year where you try to see all the birds across North America, is what people do, and then some people even do it worldwide. And you can get a local bird guide for your area. I actually have I have a big book of all the birds in North America sitting in my room that my teacher gave me. Um, and just doing that and having a little checklist for ones you have seen. Um, Birds are everywhere. Sometimes they don't make noise. You just got to go out and look. Hiking trails are a great way. You don't even need
And
binoculars, but they're a nice thing to get.
yeah. Is bird watching still something that you do regularly, or is it now something that you might do it every so often, but it's not as frequent as you once did? But well, I suppose you're definitely not doing it as frequently because you were doing it daily once upon a time. But how often would you say that you take time to go out and do bird watching nowadays?
I actually don't go out as much as I did when I was younger, because I have my sadly I have my chronic illness got worse. So I am not able to go outside as much as I want to, but on occasions I have gone out with my friends. And I looked around for birds. I didn't necessarily tell them, but I do still like when I go out on hikes, looking out for the birds and seeing which ones are there. If I see a new one, I always try to take a picture.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, birds are everywhere, so it's the type of thing that you don't necessarily need to set out with the intent of I'm going bird watching today. That it can be just I'm hiking or I'm taking a walk around my neighborhood, and having the awareness to look for birds as you go.
Mm. There's a lot of places too. If you look around, you can. There's a lot of groups that like bird watching groups that have locations and times for when people can visit conservation lands, for birds that are either endangered or they have certain stuff. There's a marsh you can visit near I believe it's Plymouth in Massachusetts, which has this endangered bird species where they lay eggs on the ocean and stuff, and you can go out and see them on the docks, and they give you a guided trip in a bus that you kind of take. It's almost like a safari. You go down in this bus that you can't leave the bus unless at the stops, and you can find all the pictures of these birds and stuff. And there's so many cool birds. I actually had some pictures that I didn't send, but it's from that marsh in particular. Um, and that's something else you can do too.
Mhm. Now, on the flip side of all this, so we have bird watching. The other area of interest that you mentioned to me, and we only have one photo of this one, but it's still very interesting. Urban exploration is something that you mentioned enjoying, and that's going into buildings that are abandoned, dilapidated for whatever reason, and just sort of exploring those areas. And I'm not sure if that necessarily extends into learning about the history of the given buildings, but this was one of the pictures that the one picture that you sent me for this particular subject. So for starters, how does that become an area of interest, and where are we looking at for this particular photo?
So I always had a interest in like exploring abandoned buildings and stuff, because I think it's just really cool. I like there's a feeling you get when going into a place that had people that no longer has people in it, that just kind of has this natural decay. And I always like doing that. I mean, my friends used to do that, and we used to go out and a lot of it too is just like having fun with friends, and being born and living in an area that has really nothing to do around you. It's kind of natural gravitation, like, hey, let's go smoke weed in this abandoned building. This particular building, and I do have a lot of other pictures I just couldn't show you because if someone knows location and stuff.
Classified information, safety first.
Classified. Yep. So that particular picture I took was a popular spot for me, my friends, and kind of people like that to sneak into and smoke pot before it was legal. And the way you would get in there is it's a old building that collapsed and was torn down, and there's a basement that still remains, and there's only one way to get in this basement. That you get, well, there's two ways. The one right there in front of you is a hole in the foundation, but no one did that because you'd probably break your ankles. The alternative was this slim crack in the foundation where the foundation lifted up on the side, and the top of the roof you were able to slide in and out from underneath it. And that's what a lot of people would do. And there's actually a story with this picture. I took this picture because I didn't want to have our flashlight on, so I did it with the flash of the camera, because a cop car pulled up while me and my buddies are in there having a good time, and he sat out there for like 20 minutes.
Oh my god!
And I was trying to make my way over without tripping, so I stuck my head out the little hole you see there. And
okay, so this picture wasn't taken for scenic appreciation. This was this was an act of combined self-preservation and stealth. Of it's pitch black and you're not able to see, and like you said, that there's somebody nearby, so there's always the chance that they can turn at the right moment and see the flash, and that happens, all right, you're kind of screwed. But that's a really calculated move that you took there, of saying, okay, I don't want to turn on the flashlight, but if I get a blink that your eyes can register just enough, and you can remember, all right, that's where the wall is, so I'm not going to run into it. That just getting that momentary blink is enough, and that is how this picture was taken. It wasn't just because, oh, this is a really cool shot.
There was actually so that picture did actually help me and my friends get out, because he was gone when we got up over there, and
made the escape. Happy ending.
There's actually some rules with urbexing. One of my friends broke the rule though, but I think it was okay because it wasn't exactly in the building beforehand. We found a stop sign that was spray painted over, and the words on the stop sign, it was really funny. It was "fuck you, mom," and every time I think about that, my friend took it home, and his mom walks in to see this lovely stop sign.
Yeah,
says,
wait a minute.
"Fuck you, mom."
Well, hold on, mom. I can explain. I promise.
I always think back of like, why did someone take a stop sign and spray paint that on?
That's a very specific set of words, and that's not usually the type of thing that you would imagine to be spray painted onto a stolen sign and then abandoned.
Yeah. There's actually, normally you don't find stuff like that either, because a lot of people who do like exploring of abandoned buildings, there's some rules with it. Don't touch, leave everything the way it was, and just like look, right, just take pictures and stuff, that's it. So normally you don't see a lot of this stuff like that. You'll see graffiti everywhere, right? But normally you don't see like objects that someone leaves behind like that. And I've been in a lot of places. I've been to there was an asylum that was sealed up. Me and my friends want to see it before we got sealed up, so we snuck in there. We almost got busted on that one. We went into a bunch of abandoned factories when I was younger as well. And one of the favorite abandoned places we've been into it was really late at night, and there was this abandoned barn that had like this horror story attached to it, like the owner like hung himself or something, right?
Yeah,
so
I'd imagine that a number of these places over time would develop urban legends of one variety or another. Just, for a building to be old enough to reach a state like this and to not have been demolished usually requires a couple different types of circumstances, depending, either ownership or it's on land where it can't be developed for preservation purposes, or that it might be a historical landmark, or sometimes it is as simple as this is land that is seen as so worthless that it is not worth the time and effort to develop it, so this is just left in decay. But one
Yeah.
way or another, I feel like stories naturally crop up around things that have been around for a long time. Sometimes they're positive, sometimes they're negative. I would imagine that a lot of these, more often than not, stray into the types of horror stories because, they're abandoned. Why are they abandoned? Why is nobody here? And that the mind can, make up any number of reasons for that, and they usually would be more of the creepy variety.
Yeah, there's a lot of places like that around here because I live I lived in Massachusetts, which is a very old state in United States, right? So we have a lot of historic laws, so like old historic buildings can't be torn down. So there's a lot of abandoned places to explore. I think there's probably like maybe even millions, right? Um, and a lot of these places you go by and a lot of kids have stories, and like a lot of them are developed because the kids are going out to these places getting high and stuff, and they don't want their spot to be found, so they make up a lie about it, right?
Yeah, keep people away.
I remember actually one of these places we went to was that barn, not the barn, it's like a barn house, and we were in the barn house, and I'm talking to my friend, and all of a sudden we hear this knocking upstairs. And we thought it was a ghost, and we went up there because we're brave, right? It was just a raccoon, but it was really funny to think like somebody else could have been in there because it was scary. We were hearing like knocking on the door, and then we heard,
Yozo, what are you doing here?
Yozo?
Said it was a raccoon.
Yozo's great. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that.
Do you have any favorite places that obviously, describe them as vaguely as necessary, but were there any favorite ones just for the aesthetics or perhaps, even down to the method of entry? That there were... I've never done something like this, that there were a couple of buildings near the area where I grew up that I know a couple of friends that did, this on one or two occasions. There were some nice forests near where I grew up, and that would be the type of thing where, we might go out and just, walk around the wilderness for a little bit. But I can't say that I really have firsthand experiences, but I would imagine that despite the fact that they are in disarray like this, that places like this have a certain charm and almost grandeur about them in their decay. That were there any places that either were like particularly beautiful or just had something fun about them, and perhaps how you had to get in or out?
It probably would be the asylum that I talked about before. It's a very popular spot, but no one can get in there anymore because it's under police watch and stuff. However, all the local kids know about a secret way to get in. And the method of entry is super interesting. There's a bunch of tunnels underneath this asylum, and by this man-made kind of thing to slow down water flow, there's actually a hole, like a crack in the side of the wall that you can slip through, and it leads the tunnel right into the tunnels. And you probably walk down these things for 10 minutes before you even get to your first building. And when you're in the building, you have to be careful because they keep the power on to run motion trackers. And those are by most of the stuff inside by the front doors and stuff like that. So we had a lot of fun. It felt like a thing. And when I said we almost got busted, one of the motion trackers, one of my friends didn't believe they were on, and he walked in front of it and set off an alarm in the building.
Oh no.
So we went around and basically we had to hide for a while, and then eventually the alarm stopped. I don't think anybody came, but we were in there until the alarm stopped. So I'm thinking somebody had to come in and stop it. But they didn't see a way that they got in, so they probably just assumed it was an animal.
Yeah.
So we got lucky.
Yeah, because I figured that, at least a portion of these would be places that are not necessarily open for public use and exploration. So going on these adventures would come with that type of risk, and just having to obviously you usually do these things at night, not just for the aesthetics of it, but because you do not want to be seen exploring these places.
Yep. It's something that can, I talk about it a bit on stream because I watch a lot of videos of abandoned stuff too, of other people exploring, and I talk a lot about it on stream. It's something you want to be careful with if you ever go to explore something like an abandoned building of sorts. You want to make sure that the stuff you're bringing won't get you in bigger trouble than a misdemeanor, right?
Yeah.
It's one thing to get a trespassing charge. It's another thing to get a breaking and entering charge. It's another thing to get a breaking and entering charge with a weapon, which is why whenever someone says, if I'm going to explore an abandoned building, I'm going to bring a knife, I say, don't do that because you'll get a felony.
Yeah. Don't do that. That's very sound advice. So just, a risk management is a very real thing.
Mm-hmm.
And just saying, all right, there's obviously, there's fun, there's these cool experiences, and in the grand scheme of things that are not necessarily within the law, this is one of the more benign things, that this is not going to actively hurt anyone, that usually the reasons that these are not accessible is for public safety because you're putting yourself at a greater risk than anybody else by being there. And that if you are comfortable taking that risk and being there and saying, all right, if I get caught that misdemeanor or something, that's okay, but don't make it worse for yourself than you need to.
Yep. Very, 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 very important.
and also, part of the don't touch also comes from, you don't, tetanus or just, dirt or diseases and stuff, that
things like that too.
These places are not terribly hygienic.
A lot of people take pictures and stuff too, and you want to keep because a lot of people go there to get that feeling. It's kind of hard to describe the feeling. I guess the closest thing I can be for like a zoomer in chat would probably be liminal spaces. It's almost the same exact feeling. And a lot of people want to maintain like the cool stuff that's left behind or just how things look. So don't touch is a very big important thing because people just want to, go in and look and not ruin, this building that's just been here,
Leave it so somebody else can explore after you. But also there is that safety issue at times.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people forego safety sometimes, but if you ever go to an abandoned building, always wear boots, gloves, and a respirator is very important. I was not wearing a respirator in that building right there, and I got lucky, probably, because there's definitely asbestos in there. That is a very old building I was in, the foundation and stuff like that. So,
yeah.
It was a popular spot regardless.
Yeah. You mentioned trash taste earlier, and I bring it up now because there's a couple videos that I forget if it was Connor or Chris Broad, who is someone who we frequently collaborates with, that they actually did some abandoned building exploration. There's some really cool videos on YouTube. I'm not sure if you've seen them. If you haven't, I'll send them to you after the show. I think that knowing that you have this area of interest, that you'd be able to appreciate them.
Yeah, I love that. Actually, I haven't seen those. I mostly watch, there's a group of people called the Proper People, who I think do really good filming jobs of these abandoned buildings, and they're very I hate some of the abandoned building exploration stuff that comes out because it's all YouTube clickbait. We saw a ghost at 3 a.m. type of videos, and I very much dislike those.
Yeah, that I definitely think you'll like the ones that I'd show you, because they're taken very respectfully. That it's they're not touching. That the titles are we explored abandoned thing, definitely in all caps. So that much, but no ghost stories or anything here. That I think you'll like them. So definitely be sure to send those your way.
I'll check them out.
I'm actually going to take us back to the main screen for now.
No way.
Yeah. All right. Well, the transition worked that time around, at least. Yeah. The frame rate for you today has been, on and off. It's been okay. I made a bit of an adjustment to things earlier in the show, so people saw you blink for a minute. That was why, and it's been a bit better. But you know, as always, internet connections can be finicky things, but we're still going strong. And you know, we've already been at this for 2 hours, and there's still a whole bunch of stuff we have to talk about. That one of the other areas that I haven't at least heard you talk about a ton on your own stream is your music taste. And you mentioned to me that you're really into indie rock and alt rock, and had called out the Deer Hunter as a particular band, and that is the DEAR Hunter. So obviously the play on the animal deer hunter, but the other version around. So was alt and indie rock something that maybe your parents got you into, or did you find yourself? Where is your point of origin for that genre?
So my parents are big into classic rock, like Pink Floyd and stuff like that. They love classic rock, and for me, I grew up listening to that, and I wanted something similar, but that felt more, I guess, for my time, right? And I remember browsing the internet and listening to probably what really got me into it was 2010s alt rock, like All American Rejects, Prayer of Rise Against. One of my favorite songs from them is Prayer of Refugee, which probably really got me into alt rock. Indie rock actually came later, and it was the Deer Hunter that actually got me into them. I was listening to Spotify, and I used to go into my Discovery Weekly, and I would listen to this band a couple weeks beforehand called Fever the Ghost or something like that. I'll get their exact name. It's some weird band, right? And they made this Fever the Ghost, and they made a song called Calico, and I saw this really cool animation and stuff with it. And I remember listening to that, and then there was a recommendation based off that, which was indie rock. And the first Deer Hunter song I listened to was from his Act 3 album. It was I remember to say this, Incognia Venom. And it's a really nice song, and that's what got me really into prog and indie rock really well. I adore all their songs. I just really like how it sounds. I like the Deer Hunter a lot more than some other indie songs, because the Deer Hunter has a lot of vocals in his song, which is something, as I've gone more into indie rock, there's a lot of vocalist songs, which I'm not a big fan of, because it's just the instrumentals. And I mean, some people like those, though, for indie rock, as a very specific sounding of instrumentals.
So obviously musical genre titles are nebulous things, that there isn't a board of certification that says this is alt rock and this is indie rock, but there are certain aspects that are emblematic of the genres and subgenres that help people sort of delineate. And while it's not an exact science, how would you describe the difference between indie rock and alt rock?
So that's actually a pretty easy one. Indie rock is just more. It's mainly just describe a form of rock that's developed by independent people rather than record labels. But it has taken its own sound because of that. So a lot of indie rock people work with the subgenres. So a lot of indie rock people do post rock, or for example, I listen to a lot of prog rock, which is progressive rock. Alt rock has very much its own sound, and if I name some of the bands that do alt rock, you'll probably pick it up. Evanescence. There's basically any song you heard in the 2010s that was not pop rock, but like regular rock, like Foo Fighters. I'm not sure if you've ever heard Pretender. That is very much alt rock. However, prog rock is more of like it's hard to expand. It's basically what it is. It's basically, I guess, the best like forms of prog rock I can think about is Pink Floyd is something that would be considered progressive rock. Psychedelic and prog rock are very close to similar. but there's also, I believe it's not. So there's
Oh, Johnny Jellyjaw with the Raiders. Welcome on in, Raiders. Johnny, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm Jay. I have the wonderful honor of talking with May, KitsuneSpirit today. Mir Pibble,
Hi.
thank you so much for the follow. And Johnny, hope you had a good stream. What were you up to?
I love Johnny's voice. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, Johnny's fantastic.
I think they're one of the have some of the coolest like elements in their streams with like, I guess it's more Western view, if that makes sense.
yeah, that definitely embracing the country boy feel. See, you were just chatting as well, Johnny. Yeah, and we were talking about emotes and wigglies earlier, and here we have the jelly wiggly.
I see that so much.
Well, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you, Megan Vasquez at 24 for the follow. Lady Obernon, hope I pronounced that right, for the follows. Johnny, if you are able to stay around, love to have you here, but you just had a stream, so if you need to get going, get something to eat, or just relax, I will see you around for sure, my friend, so don't feel pressure to stay, but if you want to, pull up a chair, enjoy. Oh, and here we have May transforming. Auburnon, got it. So we were actually just talking about music. May is a fan of alt rock and indie rock, and was explaining the different aspects of the different subgenres. Because obviously, musical genres are loose definitions, but have different pieces, either in the origins or the instrumentation, or just the style that help classify them. And as somebody who doesn't have that knowledge, I was getting a bit of an education. You were talking about prog rock versus alt rock, and that Foo Fighters and Pretender you mentioned was distinctly alt rock, but prog rock had some of the differences. So where are the differences there?
So prog rock is a broad way to describe basically I guess like psychedelic or basics for prog rock. It's basically a very new age kind of like sound of rock that is very almost orchestral in a way. It's usually has a lot of it has a climax, so you'll have like the music ramps up to this big like climax, and then it comes down, and that's something actually one of my favorite songs is by the Deer Hunter that has a perfect example of that in prog rock, which is it's called If All Goes Well. There's new forms of progressive rock. One of them is post rock, and that is very different than prog rock, but it's almost a fusion of psychedelic and classical folk mixed with like just like regular rock music. It's very, 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 very interesting.
Okay, that's always interesting when you have broader genres sort of blending together. That obviously you have the genre and then subgenre, and I feel like over the last 10-15 years in particular, we've gotten a bit better at classifying subgenres, that it feels like there's so many more terms nowadays, and while that can be a bit bulky, I do appreciate it, because it means that people are being a bit more analytical of how they make music and how they listen to music and how they classify it. Because if you're able to better describe something and classify something, you're then better equipped to tell people, hey, if you like this thing, you're likely to enjoy this thing as well, because we're being more distinctive about those types of similarities. But when you have something of broader genres blending, where you have something like rock and folk, which inherently have some really major differences, both in terms of instrumentation and just overall tonality, that's when you can get some really fun and interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's a very specific genre. It's almost hard to explain because like once you hear a prog rock song, you'll hear like it's kind of sticks with you, right? It's almost like when you hear like a specific band that you like, you're like, oh wait, this band makes similar sound to this band. There's so much like music diversity nowadays too. Like, I'm looking at this site that kind of shows like the forms that come after progressive rock, and I didn't even know what some of these are. I did mention post rock, but there's apparently Krato rock, new age music, occult rock, post rock, symphonic pop, and new wave. And I look at that and I'm like, I don't know what half of those are.
At the very least, we were talking about bird watching and bird naming conventions that, fortunately, music naming conventions are at least logical that, you say gothic rock or, symphonic rock, that I can infer pretty easily, okay, this is probably the type of style that we're using here, that you're not worrying about, Latin classification names you might do it with some animal species or something. But there are a lot of subgenres out there, and that's part of why I asked, because I enjoy soundtracks. Video game soundtracks, anime soundtracks, movie soundtracks, and that's a point of origin genre as opposed to a musical style genre. That I enjoy most types of music, and for me, I think the reason that I enjoy soundtracks is because, in addition to the inherent emotions that music evokes, that when I listen to a soundtrack, it's usually because I have a personal connection to it, be it that I've, played the game, watched the anime, seen the movie, what have you, and that I'm then able to layer my own personal experience with whatever that media is on top of the appreciation of the music itself. And that for me is just how I sort of enjoy music to the fullest. But then you have, like I mentioned, stylistic classifications, because movies and games and music can be literally any genre. It depends what the game is, what the movie is. And so I end up listening to a lot of different musical styles and not really thinking as much about these types of subclassifications when it comes to actual genre, because it's not a factor in my individual consumption of music. But I always love learning about it, because for other people, that type of genre exploration is probably more common than how I enjoy music.
Yeah, I've had a lot of friends get into oh god, I don't even I think it's called Midwest emo punk or something.
Now we're at the
Midwest
point where we're using
emo.
like three terms. Usually it's two of, alt rock, punk rock, but now it's Midwest. What was the middle one?
Midwest emo punk.
Emo
And
punk.
it's
Okay.
such a specific genre, but it's been really popular recently. It's type of sad boy music, which would be a good way to describe it. I hate how all the singers sound. I'm sure you've heard a Midwest emo song before, because it's a very specific way of singing that they do. I don't even know how I would even begin to describe it. I made fun of it. I think you might have heard me made fun of it a couple times on stream. But like the way they say words is just like, it comes out so weird, and I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I just, you know, it's at home and they get upset, and it's something I just can't handle it.
So for the Deer Hunter, which is one of the indie rock bands that you mentioned really enjoying, what sets them apart for you for the genre and compared to other bands?
Not only is the vocalist very good, he, for his main tracks, so not his live shows, but for his like main album, he will go and ask some of his friends to play the instrumentals for him. So if you listen to one of his songs, specifically Act 4 is probably the best example of this. It's very orchestral. There is so many instruments in a song that I can't even begin to tell you all the little like riffs and motifs and stuff that are hidden in between the song. Like every time you listen, you're like, oh wow, did I hear this before? Wait, is this a trumpet? Like things like that. That you don't really hear. It has a lot of depth, would be a good way to say it, compared to other songs in the genre. He has a lot of depth, and his vocals are really amazing, is what really sets him apart. He can go from doing like a really like kind of alt rock kind of singing sound to like a very falsetto, light, angelic kind of tone, right?
Okay. The Real Dragon Girl, thank you for the follow. I missed that along with the raid. My bad there. So you mentioned trumpets and orchestral sounds, and that piques my interest because I actually, for many years, played trombone. I was in a lot of orchestras. So I've always been a sucker for brass sounds in general, that, you know, whether it be a game, a movie, or just, you know, any genre, that if you're including trumpet, trombone, that type of brass, that would usually get my interest. So hearing that the Deer Hunter used that definitely gets me very excited. For my non-soundtrack consumption, I usually end up falling into genres because of brass or something like that. That for a long time I was really into ska. So Streetlight Manifesto was a band, unsurprisingly, I suppose, for anyone who's familiar with ska, that I listened to for a good while. It's not a genre that I listen to a ton, but electro swing, and that's probably based on the fact that you have some of those orchestral elements, especially with the brass and everything mixed in with some, I suppose, more traditional rock elements, and that's sort of what attracts my ear. So I'm gonna have to look up the Deer Hunter and definitely listen to it, because it sounds like there's, like you said, a lot of depth there.
I said one of their songs. They are under Equal Vision Records, so if you listen to a few seconds on stream, they are okay to play during stream. They're just very vocal, so I don't listen to them. But that specific snippet I sent you has the kind of instrumental depth that you hear in that song. You hear the guitar, the drums, and then in the background they kind of have like these. I believe that is a I don't know what instrument that is. Honestly, I think it might be some sort of trumpet, right?
I'm gonna have to listen to that afterwards. I don't entirely trust my setup to not blow up. Like I mentioned to you before, I've mentioned on a couple other shows, my setup is not very powerful. That, you know, we've had a couple of choppiness issues with the your model today, and my guess is that at least half of those are on my end. That usually things are a little bit better than what we're having right now, so I'm not sure. I might need to do some back-end tooling afterwards, but at the very least, the audio's been coming through clean all night, so we have that, if nothing else. And, hey, you know, this is the trial version of May. If you want the full version, you have to tune into her streams on her channel. Go follow her.
God. I was like messing, because I mess with my voice, like, so, you know, I late at night
I'll talk like this, right? So I'll be talking like this all night, and someone will follow me, and then like I always worry, like if they come back during the day
and I start sounding like this, they're gonna freak out. Like they don't know what I sound like normally. And that's something I think about. And, like when someone like shouts me out, they're like, oh god, if that person comes to my stream, they're just gonna see like this unbridled chaos, because I'm so different on collabs than I am on my actual stream.
To your credit, I feel like you have the chaos regardless of vocal register, but I can also appreciate that, yes, if someone, you know, hears you here and it doesn't necessarily know to expect the potential change when they tune in, that they may be like, wait a minute, is there another KitsuneSpirit? Is there another May? Is this May's evil twin?
I can do all sorts of voices, so it's like...
Yeah, that's one of the things that you do, that you mentioned earlier, that for the Lo-Fi May track, that came about because you did a really good impression of the Family Guy character, and that that's something that you just sort of enjoy doing on your own streams. So a lot of vocal fun to be had.
It's me, your old pal, Jeff Swartz. I got a favor to ask you.
Yeah, what's up, Jeff? I'm not really good at doing the Peter voice, but I suppose we could try it.
Hey, Peter. I want you to fuck my wife, Benny.
You know, that reminds me of the time that I interviewed a VTuber.
You can't cut away gag out of that.
It's Family Guy. You can cut away gag out of anything.
Your Peter's pretty good. It has the Rhode Island accent, which I think is required almost.
Yeah, I like to think I'm actually pretty good at accent imitation. It's something that I don't think it's actually ever come up on this show before, but it's something that I've had an ear for since I was young. I've always enjoyed doing impersonations and stuff. So part of that probably comes to how I end up being somebody who likes, performing, being in shows, why I like doing talk shows and stuff like that. Not something I really use here, but it's nice to have in your back pocket.
Can you do a Boston accent? Let me teach you.
Yeah, I can sort of do a Boston accent. The trouble is towing the line between a Boston accent and a New York accent, but I think that the classic line is the Harvard Yard, and the way that you accent those different words.
You can Harvard Yard.
Yep. That you go hard in the Harvard Yard. I forget, there was some longer extended sort of tongue twister type thing, but
Yeah.
this is where I usually end up falling for the more stereotypical Boston accent. I'm not sure how good it actually is. I'm actually sort of curious that for someone who has a genuine
How do you say
Boston.
water? Sorry, water. How do you say water in the
So
Boston
I myself
accent?
say water, but water.
Yeah, water bottle. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, There's probably some nuances you're missing, like if I get really get it running out, like get the tone and everything. So like when you're talking about certain things like woods or like water bottles, stuff like that. There's also like regional words that we use, like cumbies. When we're talking about our trash, I say we say barrel. And a lot of that kind of has like its own like tone. So like a lot of people don't know, like when you have an EROS sound in like a Bostonian, it ends with an ah. So like instead of click her, we say
It's clicker.
clicker. And instead of water, it's water. That's very hard for me to say. And then there's other stuff like anything that ends with an E too, like bottle. We say bottle. Water
it's
bottle.
it's the like that's the part of the accent that I always forget, because I know the ah at the end. But
There's
the
also
that's always a very tricky one, because that's an inherently less natural sound, I feel, because you need to be a bit more deliberate with it, I feel.
for me, it just kind of comes out naturally.
Yeah, well,
But,
once you develop the accent naturally, that's why their accent said it's natural. Nobody who actually has an accent forces an accent. That's just something that, by either growing up with it or living in that city, in that environment, that your tonality
I can't
changes.
tell you how hard it is for me to say water. There's also like people, I say tuna, but some people closer to the coast say tuner. They say, "Can I get a tuna fish sandwich?" Instead of a tuna.
I've heard like tuna fish sandwich, and I feel like I hear that more often when it is not the last word in a sentence. That I feel like I usually hear if someone, "What are you eating?" "I'm eating tuna." But if they're asking for a tuna fish sandwich, then you'll get the tuna fish sandwich. But maybe that's just because I'm not having enough conversations that involve tuna.
It's a very popular food up here because we do like farm it up here and stuff. So, a lot of kids grow up eating tuna. And tuna fish. And that's something that never really stuck with me. I always said tuna, but it's because we moved away from the coast for a little bit, so like kids used to not have the accent, but I did. So I'd be in class, and I remember this one teacher coming up to me, and it was my Spanish teacher, and she was trying to get me to say a word in Spanish.
Oh yeah,
and
well, now
it with
you're
the
layering
accent.
things that you're having to deal with an accent, but then it's on top of a different language entirely.
Yep. And I can't remember what the word was. Oh, I think it was like the word for chicken, and I kept saying it wrong, and Yeah. I can't say it. That's so hard for me.
I guess
I'm gonna
would
say
it be something like
wrong.
Poya?
Poya.
Yeah.
Poya.
Yeah, because it's the O that, the irony of O becoming an AH, and then other things that don't have an O at the end develop the OH.
I want to learn in the future. I want to learn Japanese and stuff. And one of my friends said, "You should. It'll be really cute when you say words with the accent because it's gonna sound weird, but people would love it."
Yeah, I taught myself the katakana and the hiragana about a year ago. Didn't delve any further. Just schedule got busy and sort of fell off that wagon. Something I do want to pick up again. Japanese is obviously a very particular language, very difficult one because they have sort of 3 alphabets, and just katakana and hiragana are mostly logical, but then once you get into kanji, that's a whole realm unto itself that terrifies me.
Yeah, I've heard all sorts of little horror stories, but I haven't. I want to learn a second language because I only know sadly English.
Yeah, same. I am sadly monolingual. There's some VTubers I know that 3-4 languages, and it's like that's a
my God.
superpower, actual superpower.
One of my friends do 7, and I'm like, how do you even remember?
That built different, just built different, bigger brain than me.
I just sit there and I'm like, you wanna know what? I'm fine speaking my butchered English anyways.
Going back to the pronunciation and sort of tying in one of the earlier mentions when we were talking about the bird watching, how that came out of an AP class. One of the things that always stuck with me from one of my AP classes, it was human geography, and the specific word, I kid you not, that my teacher used to sort of show the differences of regional accents in particular was the pronunciation of the word Water. And just, I grew up, this is something that I've been open about, I grew up in Maryland. I won't get super specific beyond that, but Maryland, there's a small pocket that there's the Baltimore accent is the only really distinguishable accent for Maryland. But if you're outside of that, then we're right in the middle, that not really in the north, not really in the south, that we have pretty bland accents that and I'm speaking now having lived in Texas, something I've also been open about for 7.5 years. I moved late enough in life that I haven't really developed a major twang. That I've picked up the word y'all for sure, but even that is used sparingly, definitely compared to people who grew up here in Texas. But Maryland doesn't have a really distinguishable accent. It sounds like just very plain, uninteresting English, but that there's so many pronunciations of Water that I say water, but so that sounds like Wader. That I suppose the greatest irony of it all is I know very few people who pronounce it as water. That there are so few accents that I can think of that actively pronounce that T.
I think, like, for me, I have, like, whenever I do, I have to get water. I have to get really fancy with it. It makes me feel fancy, right?
Even I can't do that. That I feel like Wader is probably the most conventional pronunciation. That some people I've heard water,
Yeah, water,
with a bit more the adder, or like almost otter, because Pearl Otter is someone who's been on my channel, Otter, and that is almost an Odder. But it feels more natural to pronounce the T in otter than water, but even that is still, I usually just go to otter.
Yeah, I every time I think like every time that someone doesn't know I have an accent, because it doesn't always come out, right? There's only certain words. Like when I say words, it kind of happens.
Yeah.
But water is the one I always say water, and someone will always type water in chat or water bottle to make fun of me. Without a doubt, anytime I say it in chat, they're like, "Oh my god, water."
That's one of the fun things about, seeing different content creators, whether it's VTubers or not, the fact that, Twitch is a global platform and that you get these different accents that, obviously not everyone speaks English, but even people who speak English, it might not be their first language. So you might have certain European accents, but then there's obviously every, shade and variety of accent for just North American English. And it adds color to things just to hear these differences. And I've always found it very fascinating that I don't have the anthropology background to make any informed commentary on how things wound up where they are, but I find it interesting that they are where they are. For the vocal impressions, so obviously we had the Family Guy one. Is that something that you've always enjoyed doing? Was that something that you picked up because you realized that you did one or two well, and that it was sort of a trick you could pull out of your hat? Where does that fall for you? Because I know there's some VTubers who want to become voice actors, and others that just have that one voice they can do. So what's the story for you?
I guess for me, I've been pushed more recently into doing other voices and practicing stuff, because I guess voice acting would be cool, especially with the vocal range that I have. I could always do different sounds and stuff with my voices, because I spend most of the time
practicing this voice. So as I'm practicing this voice, it's kind of helping me train
for other voices, so I can swap back and forth between those no problem. I can even go a little bit deeper. So practicing that vocal range has been huge
for me, because now I have a huge arsenal where I can do all these sorts of different voices.
One of the biggest things I can do though is once a voice kind of clicked for me, I'm like, oh, I could just drop that and use Joe Swanson. And I remember Giga asked me to do a Kitsune, do a Scooby-Doo right now. So I said, Roriga.
Roriga.
And it just kind of clicked in. And I think that's how my impressions do kind of work. It's just kind of click in.
It's harder to find a voice for the first time than for any subsequent time, of just figuring out how to work your vocal cords to get the result. And that once you know it, it's like, okay, this is what I need to do. Like you said, it can sort of just click into place and be like, okay, skill unlocked. That almost that easy. That it can take training to maintain voices for longer periods of time, because if you're doing something that is outside your natural vocal range, that it can actually cause strain. And that's something that many VTubers, some who do voices for their characters and even some who don't, that just by talking a lot, that you can strain your vocal cords, and it just becomes a lot faster if you are doing something unnatural with your voice. But I definitely understand what you mean by having it sort of click into place and finding that particular impression. And sometimes things that you don't think of, because there's so many voices out there that everyone's is unique, and some are, I suppose, more iconic than others, and you can hear in your head what you want it to sound like, but getting the actual output it's a skill that some people have down to a science. Some people say, raise your hard palate and make sure to open your jaw wider. I don't have that granularity of the skill set. For me, it's a level of instinct, and then sort of figuring out, all right, once I get in the ballpark of a voice that I want, tuning it and experimenting. Okay, I know I usually work off of keywords, and it's usually those types of accented words like, Havid Yad. And if I can figure out those words, that extrapolation from there becomes a lot more natural. I don't know if that is how most people do it. I've had no formal training whatsoever. That's just sort of how I do things.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Just kind of just kind of clicked for me.
Yeah, but it's fun. There's a reason people like doing voice acting in silly voices. That it's fun to be able to do that type of performance, and I feel like those who are inclined towards broadcasting of any sort, but then particularly for VTubing, that it is unsurprising to me that so many people have an interest in voices, whether it be at a professional level of interest or just, the passing fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of those voices are just like ones that kind of just came to me, like and other stuff like that. I mean, like there was one time chat was like, you kind of sound like this person. Like, do I? And I was trying to practice that one. I think it was a Muscle Man. Like, whoa, bro. I tried doing that, and I'm like, I mean, once you kind of like have someone tell you like you kind of sound like
especially
that,
that usually people tell you that if your natural voice is actually already close to it, so then the degrees of separation, so to speak, is inherently lower. So then it's much easier because you're not having to manipulate your vocal cords as much, and then it's just sort of the awareness about sometimes it's an accent or a slight pitch and tonality. Are there any?
Yeah. Do you want to grab another water?
Go right ahead.
Real quick?
Yeah,
Sorry.
actually, I think I'm gonna grab waters also. I'm gonna actually go to the BRB screen for just a moment, folks. But thank you so much for tuning in. We will be right back in just a minute. I'm gonna give May next shout out before we go. You'll be right back, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. Whoop, nope, not that one. That one. in here for it. Sometimes takes a minute. There we go. Up, a little bit grainy. It should resolve itself in a couple seconds. But we are back, folks. Thank you so much for waiting around. Okay, so yeah, we were not planning to talk about accents and stuff like that, but that was a really fun little detour. I always love the unplanned things, and like I said, usually as the talk show host, I usually just keep my usual voice. That this is not a announcer voice. This is no modulation whatsoever. This is just how I sound. But I do enjoy doing fun impressions every so often, so that was fun for me as well, just being able to sort of bring that out because I don't usually get to. But
Yeah.
when it comes to voices, we usually get that from shows that we've seen, and obviously we had the case there of Family Guy, and I don't know if Family Guy is, a particular favorite of yours, but I do know you'd mentioned that Smiling Friends and Home Movies, which are also sort of that adult comedy animated fare, the type that you would see on Adult Swim, that were some of your favorites.
Yeah, I've always been a fan, or not fan favorite, just a favorite of kind of Adult Swim's weirder shows. So, I can't remember the, there was that one show, can't remember what it was. They had the kind of like a mutant children kind of thing. Then like all the Alan Resnick is, the Oblongs, that was what it was called. I was a big fan of the Oblongs and stuff like that, Home Movies, all those weird kind of like cartoony shows that Adult Swim just aired on there for a little bit after like they played their mainstays, right? I love that type of stuff. And then like they'd always have their weird comedy skits, usually by Alan Resnick. That guy's a genius. I love that type of stuff. And I find those type of shows lend themselves to a different humor. While Family Guy and stuff's very upfront and open, I really enjoy the subtleties and kind of like just having like very subtle humor. That's why like whenever I watch Smiling Friends, like you have the upfront jokes, but in between or like just them having a normal conversation, it's they add in stuff like just like funny real life kind of things that happen. Like, your friend says something and they go, "What?" And they go, "Oh, nothing." Like stuff like that. I kind of love just like the subtleties and like that type of like humor. It's something
the
that
left field
I like
zingers that you don't expect.
Yep. And just like the continuity of gags and stuff. There's it's Smiling Friends as a gag that they did in one episode, and it was just like his friend Charlie, the yellow one, he kept bringing up his uncle getting in car accidents. I think he brought it up 3 times. And it is in the main character Pim asked his friend Charlie, like, your uncle gets in a lot of car accidents. Instead of just like saying like a gag thing, he's like
just sort of pointing out the continuity and pointing out that something seems wrong here.
And instead of like Charlie being like, "Oh yeah, he's an awful person," blah blah blah, he just says, yeah, he loves his cars, and just brushes it off completely. And I just love that type of stuff.
It's not a show I watch as much anymore, but South Park, I really enjoyed some of the middle seasons that they've gotten their production in the past few years down to such a science that they're able to do a lot of, like current events stuff and commentary. And I respect them for it. I usually go to my animation and shows for a bit more escapism, so I've watched a bit less, not out of any objection to the material they're doing or the stuff that they're saying, but just it's not as much the type of thing that I go to in my free time as I used to. But in some of their stuff several years back, that they would have sort of the topic of the week, that it wasn't necessarily something that was really present in current events, but that they would choose a thing to take aim at, and that they would do it in these really smart ways, but also with a whole bunch of comedy around it. And just that I feel like there's different ages of South Park, that you start in the really early ones where it's just a lot of toilet humor and that it's kind of lowbrow, to be honest. but then they sort of
Yep.
evolved over time and realized that they were capable of doing some really smart writing. And then when they realized that they were able to produce their animation at such a speed that no other animation could match, and that even live action writers, like they're able to react to things as fast as Saturday Night Live, if not faster at
Yep.
times, because if something happens during the week that they would air on like Wednesday, Thursday, so they could sometimes even beat SNL to a punch. And that now they've gotten it so far that they're even able to do like, that week's events, and it's cool to see that progression. And one of the broader parts, I suppose, of animation in the West as a whole that's always fascinated me is the sort of, for lack of a better word, stigma that animation is juvenile. And this is something that I've talked about with some other guests, so I'll sort of abridge it here, but I feel like only in the past several years have people really started acknowledging that animation is just another medium, and that you can tell any type of story via animation. That for the longest time that you could only really get, at least in the West, children's shows or comedies as animated fare, and then now we're able to go into broader genres, dramas, psychological things that just basically anything now can be animated and greenlit in the West, whereas I feel like it used to be a bit narrower.
Yeah, I definitely feel that type of stigma, especially being a VTuber, as silly as it sounds. People come in sometimes and they expect me to be like, I guess like kid friendly, or they're like, you're just doing it like it's a kid thing, right? I definitely feel that, especially as a VTuber. And I always kind of was against that type of outlook, because I've always been like into cartoons that were for more mature audiences and stuff like that. Not just like Family Guy. I feel like that feels juvenile to me, but like King of the Hill is a great example. I loved King of the Hill as a kid, and as an adult, I can appreciate it so much more.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe cartoons, like when they were first done, like way back in the day, they were actually like for adults to see in the theaters and stuff. Like,
yeah, well,
it's
most
something
things were
that-
for adults, and then they realized, oh wait, we
Yep.
can also market the stuff to kids, so we'll do that as well. But you're absolutely right, and I feel like shows that sort of, even if they were comedies, but that they took either a more thoughtful or a more adventurous take on things. So stuff like King of the Hill, stuff like South Park, helped sort of pave the way for the broader use of animation that we see now. That I really point to that in anime, that the rise of anime in the West, I think, has shown that, well, if Japan can make animated shows for every genre and every type of show under the sun, why can't we? And that now that it's very much proven that anime has an audience here in the West, that it sort of helped wake animators up, or perhaps it's not fair to say animators, that it helped wake studios up. That I'm confident that there have always been animators in the West who wanted to tell stories via animation, but because studios were a bit more set in their ways, that it was always going to be a much tougher battle to get those types of shows greenlit. But that now studios are much more open-minded because they've seen those types of successes, but also because other shows that did get greenlit started to stray a bit from where they began and push those boundaries at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can definitely see it. Like, I think Cartoon Network had a phase for a while where they wanted to branch out to that type of stuff. So I remember as a kid being on Cartoon Network, I remember seeing a show called Megas XLR as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
And that got cut short because, it didn't do too well, right? But
Just remember the
feel
theme
like,
song. I love giant robots. You love giant robots. Chicks dig giant robots.
There was that, and then there was also the original Teen Titans.
Oh my gosh,
I love the original
love
Teen Titans
the
so much.
original Teen Titans. The way it ended is an absolute travesty. And
Yep.
like, I one of my greatest wishes in terms of like entertainment media for things that I know will probably never happen is a proper continuation of that, because they teased it. They teased it at one point when they brought them back with the Teen Titans Go, and like there was a crossover movie. I didn't actually see it, but I know that they brought back the original designs and everything.
Yeah.
So like there was a moment, this moment of hope, and I was like, are they going to do it? Because they had, I have seen an episode where they acknowledged and sort of riffed on themselves, saying, wait a minute, we used to have this really cool thing, and now we're this sort of lowbrow, quirky humor. What have we done? And
They do that so much.
that you can tell the writers are suffering, saying, we want to continue the main series, but the network says we have to make the funny.
There was a scene in the movie that I saw pop up. There was the original Robin. Oh, I gotta get the quote because I don't want to.
Oh, wait, is it the one where when I met you, I thought you were obnoxious and annoying?
Yeah. When I met you, I thought you were obnoxious and annoying. And they're shaking their hands. They do it for a couple seconds, and the annoying one goes, "Well," and like, "Well, you are."
Yeah.
I found that that was so good.
My first impression was entirely accurate. Especially for them to end on a cliffhanger that, spoiler warning, statute of limitations is up, because as much as I hate to admit it, Teen Titans, the original series, ended over a decade ago. What the heck?
Yep.
That they brought back Tara, and they tipped their hand at the end of the last episode of, it was all about Tara being revived and not having her memories. But there was one line in the last scene where she said, nothing was ever the way it seemed, Beast Boy, which says, yes, she does have her memories. And that it was very obviously queuing up for the next season, and that's just the end.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I remember as a kid, oh my god, playing Halo 2, and they said this line at the ending, where it's they're on the ship going to Earth, and they had more planned, but they didn't. And Captain Keyes goes, or not Captain Keyes, Lord Hood says, Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on there? He says, sir, finishing this fight. And then in Halo Infinite, without spoiling anything, they made a callback to Halo 2 and ended on a cliffhanger with that same line.
Oh,
and I saw that was so
twist the knife, why don't you?
It was so tongue-in-cheek, and that's why I kind of loved Halo Infinite's campaign. It felt very Halo 2-y. But ending on that same line, I remember I think I played it all in one, or I played it in 2 nights. I beat it in 12 hours or something. I remember sitting there at the end of the game with my chat, and when they said that, I was angry, but in like the best way.
Folks in chat, if you haven't seen the original Teen Titans series, go look it up. It's so good. That some seasons are better than others. That I think that seasons 1 and 2, I feel sort of bad saying, oh, the first ones are the best, because I usually dislike those types of takes, and I will fully admit there's probably nostalgia coloring that commentary, but I enjoyed the plot lines they had in the first 2 seasons a little bit more than the ones in later ones, but there were no bad seasons of Teen Titans. There were no bad seasons.
Oh yeah. It's a very good show. We're calling it anime, but it is done in that style.
Yeah. My definition for anime, for whatever semantics it's worth, is I just say, it is a geographic point of origin. That earlier when we were talking about distinctions for music, that I talked about there being stylistic origins for genres like, alt rock and prog rock, versus point of origin genres like soundtracks. I very much consider anime to be a point of origin genre, not a stylistic genre. I know some people consider it stylistic, and to each their own. It's semantics at the end of the day. And anime is good. Go watch anime, folks. I don't care what you classify it as. Just go watch it. And I guess that was sort of the other half of what you would see on Adult Swim, because it would be either these Western animation shows, usually comedy, but sometimes you get some more serious ones. But then it would be anime, and it was that and Toonami, which was their afternoon block, that really was the gateway, I would say, for anime in the West, because a lot of it comes down to time and place. That if you rewind the clocks, the way that most people saw it for the first time was, it just so happened that a gentleman by the name of Gen Fukunaga got the license to do the North American distribution for Dragon Ball Z. And it just so happened that around that time, Warner Media was starting a new branch, a new channel that was going to do something that no other broadcast channel had done before, and it was going to be all animation all the time, with the exception of like the overnight infomercials, and they were going to call it Cartoon Network, and they were going to have an action-based block for when kids got home from school. And Dragon Ball Z was in the right place at the right time to hit. And that was how Funimation became the juggernaut that it became, until it was recently bought by Crunchyroll, or rather until it bought Crunchyroll and took on the name. But that's an entirely other thing. But, it sometimes it does come down to that circumstance of how things develop, and that a lot of people nowadays, I feel, at least folks that are near our age, got their start for watching anime either via Toonami, Adult Swim, or Saturday morning cartoons of some variety.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I remember staying up late as a kid and leaving on Cartoon Network and waking up to that there was a sound for it. There was a sound whenever you'd hear the little space plane, because they'd have the Toonami guy too with his voice. And that's very memorable for me.
You mentioned a couple of your favorite shows to me, and one that you had talked about was Made in Abyss, and I bring this up because literally in the past 48 hours, they announced that season 2 will be airing this summer, that it's going to be airing beginning in July. So finally, after like some 5 years, we're getting the continuation of this really good story.
I'm very excited. I've read the manga because I just couldn't wait. But I mean, it is such an amazing you get a lot of anime that has a great story but not a lot of world building. But I think the person who did the manga for Made in Abyss wanted to make a game for it originally, if I remember correctly. He was very into
really?
game
I didn't
design.
know that. I know games being developed because you showed that to me, but I didn't know that it necessarily started that way.
I believe I've read that. I don't know how true that is, but I remember him being into game design, so you can find a whole bunch of this world building stuff around the world. Like there's I believe like there's a whole chart that exists for the Abyss itself with like details and all this. Yeah, I have the chart. It almost looks like a game map that you would see.
Yeah, because they've shown that if it's the map I think you're talking about, they show it in the anime and in the manga.
Yep.
But
and
my guess is that there's an even
version.
more granularly detailed version of it, that it is clear that there's a lot of care and detail that has gone into the world building here.
And there's a whole bunch of things on it that almost like levels. You have the layers and stuff. And then you have the Abyss where nobody really knows what's down there. So you have layer 7, right? That they talk about, and all that stuff in the manga, and all this cool stuff that they hint about in the anime. They talk about, but you never get to see it. And there's still a lot of stuff that they show that they don't even know about, and there's like that mysterious part. But it's so cool how the world has like this own like little developed part of it. There's like a city down below, and there's all these little creatures with their own like little habitats and stuff, and it all kind of fits together, even though it's very fantasy and it wouldn't really work in a real life setting. It feels like it would work because of how the world is put together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they create this mythos in a very natural way, while withholding just enough to keep the mystery, because it is still a mystery to the explorers. That's part of the cold open of the series talks about the wanderlust, for lack of a better term, just people feel drawn to adventure, to the unknown, and that to some, to not venture into the abyss is a fate worse than the terrible things that can happen to you in the abyss, because to some, the ability to explore is tantamount to life itself. And that's a very central theme that goes throughout the series, of just the exploration, going into the unknown and finding answers. Sometimes it's answers about yourself, sometimes it's answers about the abyss itself, sometimes it's finding answers about other people. Like main character is initially drawn because her mother disappeared, and she's trying to find what happened to her mother, hopefully find her mother alive, and that everybody has their own motivations for how they end up in the abyss. But once you're in there, and you're gonna need to survive all the same.
Yep. It's something that's super duper cool. There's actually this kind of goes back to Minecraft. There's a Minecraft server that's survival based with a bunch of server plugins that you can play in vanilla. It's called Mine and Abyss, and they have a I think it's a 1-to-1 scale recreation of how the abyss is.
Wow.
With like size and stuff.
I'm entirely unsurprised to hear this. I've never heard of it, but I'm unsurprised because, like we said earlier, the things people do in Minecraft are just incredible.
It's kind of hard to describe because so Minecraft's a very limited game. You can only build so tall, right? You can only go so tall. So they have the layers separated in chunks from base. So they have 400 block tall areas, and then it teleports you to another chunk once you hit the next load zone. And it is massive. I probably spent 4 hours climbing down this one night just to see what it was like with music, because I was like, this is really interesting. And it's such a cool experience, and I really, really hope the game is just going to be exactly like that. I want an open world game so bad. I'm so excited they're developing a game.
I feel like if I'm keeping my expectations low for the game, because I feel like unless you have a company that is the scale of FromSoft, that you're not going to be able to fully create and capture the vastness of the abyss, at least given the scale that is presented in the manga and the anime in that map. Like you mentioned, that Minecraft, it takes multiple chunks, and most companies, quite frankly, aren't going to be capable of creating something at that scale. So I'm not holding my breath, but at the same time, surprises can happen, and there might even come a time where a major studio might pick it up if season 2 goes really well, if it gets big numbers. I don't know who's developing it right now, but there's always a possibility that they might either start collaborating or have the project shifted entirely to a bigger studio. So fingers crossed for the best, but it is a daunting task, to say the least.
It's a very interesting team that's developing it. It's being developed by Spike Chunsoft, who have made a lot of games. And I don't know like what together. I mean, they've developed Dragon Quest. I know they're very on hands in that series. A lot of role-playing games, and they also made Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, which is something I look at. I'm like, I'm really excited for the game, but I'm like, I don't know how it's going to be developed or what it's going to be like, right?
Yeah, is that they've done a lot that as soon as you said Spike Chunsoft, I was like, oh, okay, I've heard of them. I know that they've done a number of games, and they've done stuff that has either anime IP or JRPG style gameplay. So they're definitely capable of good things. And there you have it. That they've also
Yep.
attempted a very wide variety of genres, some with more success than others.
Yeah, I hope it's good.
And this is definitely one that, for anybody who isn't familiar with Made in Abyss, that it is MADE in ABYSS, not Maiden, like MAIDEN. Sorry, no maidens here. No maidens here. But it is a show with deceptively playful and childlike animation that is very intense.
If it was in America, it would get an A rating. If it wasn't,
Yes.
if it was made in America.
Absolutely. Nezuko Kamato 123456, thank you for the follow. Without going into spoilers on this one, we were talking about it earlier in the week, May, and there's a particular episode about 2/3 of the way through the series where it is the most. It's up there for the most viscerally uncomfortable things that I have watched in media, animation or otherwise, just because it is a gore issue. I will say that much. And
it is super uncomfortable. I'm pretty good with that type of stuff. I don't look away. It's very, very heavily handed in that.
Yeah, and it's kind of impressive, to be honest, that usually when you have something that's animated, that there is a level of suspension of disbelief, or that you're able to mentally remove yourself and be like, okay, even if something is gory, that it's animated and it's easier to swallow as a viewer. But in this case, that even though they are these very cartoony designs, that something about how they presented this particular scene, you couldn't feel the pain that the character was in, but it was gut-wrenching.
Yeah, you can feel the gravity of the situation, would be a good way to put it. You can
Yeah, they do a really good job of conveying
feel the
gravity
of everything.
Mm-hmm. And there's other parts as well that are very intense. That this isn't a horror series. That this is definitely, it's talking about different classifications and the fact that it's such an inexact science. I would say it's something between fantasy, something like survival, and almost psychological.
I definitely say it's also very much a thriller, would be a good way to put it. Very much has that kind of thrilling, like you want to see more, and has very scary parts to find something,
Yeah. Also, Coco, welcome in. Coco, not another member of
Coco.
Yokomeshi. And actually,
Fuck you, Coco. God damn it.
Also, the check mark looks good on you. That's a recent development. I know.
They're stinky.
Coco, very
in and
stinky.
bullies me all the time. All the time. Hold my model brew.
Coco's very, very fun. Definitely check her out as well. I think one of the things that Coco does that a lot of people do, but I feel like she does it a bit more, and she does it well, that she does a lot of marbles on stream. And she's perfected the art of a good marble stream, because sometimes it can just sort of be, a placeholder. But I feel like Coco's done a really good job of integrating it into her broader array of games and actually have it be, something that she's made her own, that she does with frequency and is able to keep very fun. Okay, fine. We won't talk about you, Coco. Yeah.
I may have stolen a few ideas from her marble streams, because I do monthly marbles. Once a month, I'll do a thing where I give away a bunch of games and stuff.
Yeah, so we were talking about anime and Made in Abyss and looking forward to season 2. One of the things about Made in Abyss is that for the first good chunk of the series, there is no villain, that the antagonist is the Abyss itself.
Yep.
And it could work just fine that way, because the Abyss is, full of monsters. It has this curse, for lack of a better term, in that it provides plenty of tension and opposition to the main characters on its own. But then late in the season, you get introduced to our actual antagonist, a man that goes by the name Bondrewd, and quickly becomes one of the most easily hateable characters that you will ever encounter. That, like, if memory serves, he won Villain of the Year at the Anime Awards that year, or at the very least, I know he was nominated, and with good reason. That if you want a masterclass on how to establish a villain, Bondrewd does that very well and very efficiently, and it is a character, like I said, that you will love to hate because the writing makes it so you understand why you should hate him, and it is very easy to hate them, and I say that as a big compliment to the writers.
It's God, I can't describe without like spoiler anything.
Yeah, it's like I have to dance around it and just say, dude's a monster. He is a monster. Bandit in the
like
chat
his
just going,
design,
you mean Bastard Man? Yep.
I like his design though.
Oh yeah, his design
He's
is
a
super
lovable
cool.
bastard.
Yeah.
I like evil characters.
Oh yeah. Well, evil characters get all the fun clothes. They get all the fun songs. They usually get the fun voices. That there are perks to being a villain, especially in animation. Let's face it, all the best Disney songs are villain songs.
Factual. You know, I'm pretty evil. My character is evil. I just look like the bully me over that.
So you mentioned that you've read through in the manga. I have not, so I can't go into too much of my own speculation because you'll probably just have answers to them. But suffice it to say, we are both very much looking forward to Maiden Abyss Season 2, which is going to be coming this July, as was announced just like a day or two ago. So very exciting because the first season came out in like 2017, I think. It's a while back. So and it was very popular. It did really well.
I know it got delayed and stuff, Season 2, I believe. So it was good that came out this year, or coming out this year.
One of the fun aspects of the production that I want to point out before we hop to the next bit is that the soundtrack is actually done by an Australian man by the name of Kevin Penkin, and the music in that series is absolutely gorgeous. And to be frank, it's not very common for someone who lives outside of Japan to work on an anime that, usually at the very least it's going to be somebody who lives in Japan or has a Japanese background, just because that's where the studios are. So it was sort of a point of interest and definitely pride for our Aussie friends to have someone like Kevin working on the project and to be so successful in it.
Yeah, I love the music so much. And one of my favorite ones is the Underground River song. It's so good.
Oh yeah. Like even one of the pieces that they have in just the first episode is just this sweeping, very beautiful, sort of almost a landscape piece of music, for lack of a better term. And definitely, even if you haven't seen the series, look up the soundtrack. It's really, really beautiful.
Yeah, I believe they made their own language for that, or they tried making how the Abyss language would sound.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that one.
Actually, I gotta look that up because I'm pretty sure that's what they did.
While you look that up,
It's
I know
very good.
one of the other series that you mentioned you really enjoy is Spice and Wolf, and so I have to ask the obvious question: what came first, your enjoyment of wolves or your enjoyment of that series?
I thought the wolf was a fox. So I looked at them, I'm like, wow, that's cute. And then that led me down a pipeline, a very dangerous pipeline of finding fox girls and kitsunes. And let me tell you, there's not many safe for work routes to go to find monster girls.
No, there is not.
So, very early on, I found a very specific game that I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with. I think that was really the birth of that type of stuff. And, that kind of led me down into, wow, I really like kitsunes. They're cool. And Spice and Wolf was kind of a gateway to that because I looked up more about Spice and Wolf and I wanted to find more monster girls. I'm like, that's cute. So now
Yeah,
we're here.
there was a post format going around recently of show your top 6 character inspirations, and it's actually been fun to see different people posting that, and it's the type of thing that you don't necessarily realize looking at someone, oh, they have these inspirations, but then when they say, here are the things that inspired me, that you can look at and say, oh, I totally see that in your design now. And for people who are, nerds in general and enjoy Monster Girls, that I was not shocked to learn that Holo the Wise Wolf was a character inspiration for you.
Yep. There was I had to leave one of the people off of there.
Again, understandable, because as you said, there are only so many directions that those types of things end up going.
Yep, and I left one of those there to put an extra Toho character in, but all my inspirations are there, and I'm happy about it.
Was it Holo that initially was the hook for Spice and Wolf for you, or was there something else? Because
yeah.
for me, I was referred to it because of the economics. And the first time that my friends told me, Jay, this show is about economics, I was like, I don't believe you, because a lot of the key art that they use is Holo in the back of the cart not wearing anything. And I was like, this is obviously a fan service show, right? And I hold it as one of the greatest bait and switches in anime. I think this is a fan service show. Psych suckers, it's actually economic theory.
It was actually one of my first animes that I watched.
Okay, that's interesting, because Spice and Wolf, if memory serves, isn't one that has ever made it to broadcast in the West. So you would have to have been directed to it, or have stumbled upon it on your own. It wouldn't be something that you would have found on Toonami or on Adult Swim.
I remember it was one of my friends, because I was on a forum back in the day, and they had this profile picture. It was of Holo. I said, yo, what is that profile picture? And they're like, oh, it's from this. And they linked me Spice and Wolf. And I looked it up, and I found a legal site to watch it. And
the rest is history.
That was one of my first animes. I'm like, wow, anime is cool. And then there wasn't too much for me to watch back then. So I mostly started off simple. I watched Evangelion and stuff like that. And then I didn't really watch much anime after that. But I got really into like the community around it. So, I had Pink Fox as a profile picture and stuff before I made this character. And then I really got into anime around, honestly, 2012. All sorts of stuff was releasing. I remember 2013 when Kill la Kill came out, that really just grabbed me in. And that's actually one of my character inspirations as well. One of the people from there, they're one of my inspirations.
And I remember I really enjoyed her because she was the marching band character, and like I said, I was in band, played trombone, so band geeks don't get many anime characters, or characters in media in general. So that was a fun one, and definitely enjoy Kill la Kill overall. That a series that has endured with good reason. That it is Studio Trigger. It was either their first or second production as Studio Trigger, going into just a little bit of industry history here, that Studio Trigger is largely populated by the remnants of Studio Gainax, which is the company that did Neon Genesis Evangelion, Pandian Stalking, and several other ones, Gurren Lagann. So the very over-the-top style, and the transition from Gainax to Trigger was pretty seamless. It was just, a corporate level thing, and that the folks continued on doing what they do best, and Kill la Kill was really one of their first big showings of, we're still that animation team and love that's able to do these crazy, ridiculous shows, and it is still very, very unique to this day. If you haven't seen Kill la Kill, folks, find time to watch it, because it is a ride.
It's a really good. It's one of the probably my favorite anime. I'm just reminded of Darling in the Franxx, when like halfway through it just dropped. Because I can't remember what it was. It was one of the companies dropped out halfway through, and it just, you could see.
Okay, I didn't know that I watched Darling in the Franxx. I enjoy Darling in the Franxx. I wouldn't call it Trigger's best work, but I didn't know that one of the other studios that, for those who aren't super versed in anime production, that you have your main studio, but studios will usually have anywhere from 3 to 10 other studios helping out in smaller capacities, anything from doing, in between animations to certain effects. And if one of the companies, sometimes it's the case that the company goes under entirely, so the staff is gone, or that, there could be breach of contract, or there could be a case where a contract is pulled away for subpar work, and that then the entire production has to work around the loss of labor for the animation, because it takes a lot of people to put together these shows. So I didn't know that there was an issue with one of the subcontracted studios. That's really interesting.
Yeah, it's I can't remember which one dipped out. I know there was 2 that worked with Trigger on it. It was A1 and I can't remember the other one. But I think one of the studios just kind of dropped out halfway through, if I remember correctly. You could kind of see where they did drop, because the story completely flipped over from what like they originally was going for.
Well, to be fair, Trigger or Gainax has done that before. That have you seen Gurren Lagann?
Yeah.
That it very much felt along those lines of, you think it's one thing, but no, it's actually just this. And it's not even spoilers at this point, but maybe not over half, but I feel like in half of Trigger shows, the answer is aliens.
Yeah. Oh, I remember. The studio they worked with, Trigger was butting heads with A1 during the production of Darling in the Franxx. So I think like what happened was halfway through, I can't remember if it was Trigger or A1, just took control over the rest of the plot.
It had to have been Trigger. There's no way A1 would have done or gone the direction they did. And like, I think that Darling in the Franxx, the way it ends, I think it's okay. I don't think I don't think it's a travesty. I don't think it's the best ending that they've ever written. I know some people just really, really dislike it. I'm pretty indifferent, but knowing each studio's style, I'm pretty confident that that was Trigger's call, because, like I said, they're the ones that are prone to saying, you know that image, or just the guy, aliens.
Yep. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's a fun series, though. And,
I enjoyed it.
Was there anything in particular that hooked you for that series, or was it just, you saw Studio Trigger doing a new thing, so you're tuning in for that?
I have a thing for pink anime girls.
That's fair. And honestly, as soon as you say that, I was like, oh, I can see that is indeed true. Hey,
I see pink
if you
anime
like
girl.
something, you like
click.
something. There's nothing wrong with that. And you are certainly not alone in that.
Watch.
And it was definitely a show that lent itself to memes, just because it was so ridiculous in so many ways. Just the piloting mechanism. For
very erotic.
Subtlety, what's that? One of the series that you really enjoy that I haven't seen, that you mentioned that you really enjoyed, was Erased. And I know I've seen the first 2 episodes of that one, never finished it. I know it's one that a lot of people enjoy the journey, but not the destination.
It is. The thing about it is I can't say anything about it without spoiling it, right? The whole show relies on that gimmick, right? Mm-hmm. it's just the ending. So it almost makes you want to say like, yeah, it's one of my favorite animes, but why? Why did the ending suck so much? And it's so, I mean, and the ending has a nice part at the end, right? It has a nice part at the end, but it's also doesn't make any sense because it's like really bad.
That's always unfortunate that whether it be anime or other media, we've all had, whether, a book series, a movie series, take a random turn or do something in the final act that just either doesn't go the direction that we want it or just feels almost disingenuous at times to the rest of the series. Some examples are more severe than others, but I feel like everyone has experienced that emotion at least once.
I wish I could find a way to not spoil anything with the ending. There's a funny way to describe it once you've seen it.
Try me. I don't plan on watching it myself, and I feel like the series has been out for 7-8 years at this point. It's not a new series. It might be 10 even.
It's basically like it's the perspective of you getting cucked. How it would feel, really. That's the simplest way I can put it without spoiling anything. It's just like I've never felt so like I just got cucked in my life. that moment right there.
Is the journey good enough that you would recommend to someone that they watch the series, or would you say that it is an experience you have and that you enjoyed up till the end, but that you can't recommend it to others?
I like the story. I like the world building. Honestly, the ending, besides that one part of the ending, is still a good ending. It's pretty crazy. But there's a part that's not even like the ending. That is just like a part of like the continuation of the story, if that makes sense. So the actual ending, yes, is very good. That part about it being like the way it is, without spoiling anything, it is very disappointing, but it's still a very good show, and I would recommend it. It's still one of my top 10s, top 5 easily.
Okay, well, that's good. That it's a shame that it comes with that caveat.
It has a banger opening. One of my favorite anime openings ever. I love the opening to Erase so much.
Yeah, that's one of the fun things of anime. Of just sometimes a opening or ending will transcend the show itself.
Yep.
Do you have any favorite openings or endings for other series, even if it's one that you haven't seen the series?
Honestly, I really enjoy Kill la Kill's, or not Kill la Kill, Evangelion's ending songs a lot, and how they change things up. One of my favorite ones is a version they did, and they actually released a full track. It's the Aya Bossa Techno Evangelion Fly Me to the Moon version, and it's so cute.
Whenever someone mentions Evangelion endings, my mind immediately goes to Fly Me to the Moon. I've seen all the original series. I have not seen the films. I know I need to, because I know there's the rebuilds and that they do different things. So I need to just sort of set aside a weekend sometime, I think, and just watch the 4 movies, because that's all it'll really take. But I have seen the original series. I don't love it as much as the average person. I think it's good. I think part of it comes down to that I didn't like the Monster of the Week format as much, at least when I initially watched it, but I certainly recognize the historical significance of that show, and I recognize that it did do a lot of stuff really well, and it's not that I don't think it is a good series, it's just not my cup of tea.
Yep. Makes sense.
But they do a lot of really cool stuff.
I love Mecha.
Yeah, no. Well, my favorite series of all time is Code Geass, and that is Mecha with, like, I would liken it to the political intrigue of Game of Thrones. That it's not like real life politics type of things, but it's the Machiavellian maneuvering that Game of Thrones became so well known for, and doing that with mechs on top of it instead of having the big medieval battles that you have mech battles. Yeah, Mecha Bandit 9 knows what I'm talking about.
Yep. I gotta watch. I have not watched that show. I've seen some parts of it, but
it's 50 episodes, so a bit longer than average, but it's certainly not a run-on or anything. It's not a huge commitment.
yeah.
And, I don't have the patience for something like One Piece. I know I'm missing out, but I'd rather watch,
Don't either.
50 to 100 different series than one giant 1,000-episode series.
Yep. I think I've tried watching Attack on Titan a few times. I've gotten far that I give up. I give up every time.
I
giving
am
up.
caught up on Attack on Titan minus the episode that dropped this morning, but I can appreciate that one getting into the 80s and 90s is like, I think 50 episodes is a reasonable thing, but it's sort of, that's bumping up against the limit of where something is too long if you weren't in on the ground floor. That if you start with a show, it's very easy to keep up with because, all right, it's just one episode a week, and if I miss even a season, or I'm just catching up on a season. But if you're trying to get into something that is 3, 4, 5 seasons, and you're not there in seasons 1, 2, or 3, you miss the train.
Yeah, there's some I'm caught up with, like My Hero Academia. I'm pretty caught up with on the anime. I read the manga. There's another anime that I wanted to try to watch. I've heard it's good, and I got into it when it started. But I think it's gotten pretty long now, if I remember correctly. Let's see. I think it's Black Clover. 170 episodes.
That's
a lot.
That is Run-On Battle Shonen.
And then there's also I watched Overlord, and Overlord was I think it was around the 60 episode range, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's up there, and I think they announced season 4 a couple months ago. I don't think they've said when it's going to air, but it's in production, so it will be continued. But those, I think, I can't remember if they were 12 or 24 episode seasons, but like I said, that's bumping up against that limit of you need to get in on the ground floor, or it's just going to be too much to catch up.
Yep. I can't wait to see season 4 of that too.
Yeah, that's a fun one. That pretty standard isekai power fantasy show, but I think it does what it does very, very well.
I like the villain perspective.
Yeah, the villain perspective is something I really enjoy in most any media. That like we said earlier, villains are fun. That they either have depth that the hero doesn't necessarily have, or sometimes they just get to do the fun and cool things. So, yeah, and they do have that for Overlord, which is something that isn't done nearly as often.
Yeah, I like playing a little villain character, so whenever I see villain characters switch the perspective, I'm like, I like that. I like seeing that.
Who are some of your favorite villains? It doesn't matter if it's anime, movies, books, just, it doesn't need to be top 5 or whatever, but any villains that really have stood out to you.
I gotta think about that one. I have watched a little bit of Black Clover. I like Sally from Black Clover. For villains, I really like Kyubi from Madoka Magica. I love Madoka.
Ooh.
That's one actually really good. And as for a lot of other villains, I don't like outright too many villains. I guess like a lot of people from Overlord I like, but I also like the characters that are more fitting to me, which is like a not necessarily evil character, but not necessarily a good character either. They have gray morals. They do what they want.
Anti-heroes are just gray heroes in general, and that it might not necessarily be that there is a bunch of villains, but it's the concept of the villain, the concept of those, the different types of characters, the different morals, the different methods of operation that are, like we said, really fun in storytelling, because everyone likes a hero story for sure, and obviously most of the time we want the hero to win because we want to believe that good things happen to good people, and that bad things are not rewarded. But at the same time, there's a level of allure and just a level of fun of seeing, well, what if the hero didn't have to win all the time?
Yep. It's there's a lot of anime I watched growing up and stuff, and like kind of progressed towards like I really like the a lot of villain characters a lot more than just like the regular characters, I guess. Like if I had to think now, like what kind of villain characters come to my brain, I know there's like Esdeath from Akame ga Kill, the Dr. Medusa from
Soul Eater.
Soul Eater. Yep.
Yeah.
And then I honestly, one that I really like that kind of grew on me recently is from My Hero Academia, but like I just Himiko Toga. I like their character design a lot. I think it's very nice, like, especially when you get into their lore a little bit. It kind of makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, I'm caught up on the anime, not the manga. So I will request no spoilers on that one, because I do keep up with My Hero. Really enjoy that one. That, you know, it's a series that has a lot of hype around it, and I'm very much in the camp of, yeah, it deserves that hype.
I enjoy it. I know some people dislike it, but that's okay. It happens every shonen. I honestly cannot wait to see where the anime goes with everything. Having read the manga, I'm very excited.
Yeah, I've heard really good things. That, you know, there's a couple people on my timeline that I know read the manga, and they're very good about not doing spoilers, but they will just, you know, in all caps with lots of exclamation points, this week's My Hero Academia OMG, and it's like, okay, that's fine. That I appreciate that restraint. If they don't say a character name, they don't say anything, they just be like, you know, something happened, and I like seeing that. That's good. That means I have stuff to look forward to.
Yep. There's a lot of like crazy things in that anime that I can't even begin to describe. It's just I like it a lot, and I think the world building around it too is a very interesting concept. I just can't wait to see where they take the anime. I'm really glad. Something that I'm really appreciative about is the anime. I know some some comics and stuff, they don't follow the manga exactly, or they'll add in filler episodes. There hasn't been a single episode of My Hero Academia, to my knowledge, in the anime that wasn't just like a filler episode from the manga, you know, if it was a filler. I really enjoy that. I know there was one thing they skipped. It was I believe it was 49. It's not spoiling anything. It was just showed like a bit about some of the members' families from the dorm season.
And I heard that they shifted the order of a couple of things. They didn't change anything, and that the events were canonically happening simultaneously. So it was just an artistic decision to change the presentation order, that it doesn't change anything fundamentally.
I kind of like that better. It makes more sense. The manga suddenly did shift suddenly, so I think the anime is going to do it a little bit better, just to have that.
And that's cool when they're able to do subtle changes that either just for presentation purposes or just efficiency purposes, that you can have that type of adaptation without losing anything. And that is rare, because, you know, sometimes there will be stuff cut, sometimes there will be filler added in. One of the biggest examples of a series going off and doing its own thing is Soul Eater, and just that they caught up with the manga and they started to do their own thing, and the manga went in a very different direction. But then one of the other series I know that you really enjoy is Full Metal Alchemist. And that one was so extreme that they caught up, did their own thing, concluded the series, and then had Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, which is just a manga faithful reboot. And they did that in relatively short order. That we recently had that type of reboot for Fruits Basket, but that's, you know, a decade plus after initial release, whereas Full Metal Alchemist and Brotherhood were released within 2-3 years of each other. It was not a long hiatus before they did that one. I've seen both. I am in the majority of people who say that Brotherhood's better, and I don't think the original's bad. I don't think you need to see it. I don't think that you get anything really additional by watching it and Brotherhood. I don't regret watching it, but watch Brotherhood. It is amazing. It's a really good series.
Yep. There's a lot of stuff like that. If I remember correctly, actually, I can't remember. I'm just really glad that My Hero Academia is being so faithful with the recreation. Oh, now I remember. The only thing I don't like about the anime with My Hero Academia is they lose all the subtlety of one character, Bakugo, and I think the anime watchers just think he's an asshole. And in the manga, there's a lot of like subtlety with like some of the writing, and like they did cut like a few panels that really added in. Like I think there was the scene where I forget the electric guy's name, but Bakugo was giving Deku or somebody money, but it was actually Bakugo's money, but it just seemed like they stole money from the electric guy.
Oh.
After going around the corner. And there's so much subtlety that's lost. Like also the manga's a lot more graphic with swears. I've never seen a manga be translated to have so many F-bombs in it, but Bakugo says a lot of F-bombs. Oh yeah, Kaminari. But they definitely lose that subtlety on Bakugo, that he's not an asshole, he's just very prideful. Which they try to get in there, but they're missing a few
that
key
definitely
points.
comes through in the later seasons. That
Yep.
I definitely disliked Bakugo in the first season or two. I think one of the big turning points and sort of eye-opening moments for me of just, oh, okay, this character has an amount of depth. I'm not going to go into full context and spoilers, but there was an option or there was a scene where he was approached by a villain who's like, you seem like us, you should join us. And he was like, hell no, absolutely not. And the fervency of his answer was like, oh, okay, because the way that he behaves, certainly towards Deku at the very least, is antagonistic, to say the least. And the sort of, laying it out there of, I may be an asshole, but I'm not a villain, was a big moment. And, there's, since it is brushed off so quickly, I don't think it is too big a spoiler to say that there is that moment that exists. I won't say how or where or when, but that is a piece that's laid out there, and it's not too deep into the series, but that was sort of the turning point moment for me as a viewer.
Yep. It's pretty cool.
Oh my gosh, I just looked at the timer. We've been at this for almost 4 hours now.
Yeah, I'm having a good time. How about you?
No, I've been having a great time. That just, I talked a lot when we were talking anime because that's an area of expertise for me, but I've learned a ton. That just getting you to talk bird watching was exactly what I hoped it would be, frankly, because, like I said, I don't know jack about it. So hearing you just like rattle off all those names and different types, I was like, that's so cool. Nobody else in
You like the Junko.
you like the Junko, you like the crackle, the titmouse, the cap chickadee.
There's a lot of funny bird names, and they're all really, they're either by the sound or like what they are found at or what they do. So you'll have one like you'll have the pink-footed goose. Very cool bird. It does in fact have pink feet.
I should hope so.
Then there's I remember there was the the barnacle goose. It likes barnacles.
You don't say. Are there any examples that are just completely off base that you look at and say, who the hell named this? It feels like something got mixed up in the records.
There's the mute swan. It's not actually mute. It just doesn't talk too much. There's the I'm trying to remember. There's a lot of like different. There's so many different birds. If I remember correctly, there's the oh, this bird, the Virginia rail.
Huh?
I don't know why it's called that. It's a marsh bird.
I figure that it's something that is native to the state of Virginia, and
It is not.
wait, what?
It's around. I mean, there is some in Virginia, but it lives on marshes.
Maybe
So it's
some-
actually they're pretty common in Massachusetts.
I'm just confused now. Well,
I don't know why
I
they
asked for
they call
names that
them
were a
red.
lie, and you delivered. You absolutely delivered.
There's another one called the Greater Yellow Legs, which I think is just the wonderful bird. He does in fact have great yellow legs.
Sometimes it's just that easy. That oh, I found this new bird. Oh, what's up with it? Oh, it has these great yellow legs. Okay, cool. And they didn't realize they were talking to the person that's doing all the cataloging.
There is so many just weird named birds because people that discover them get the right to name them too.
Mhm.
So like some people just like put their name in front. So there's the Allen's hummingbird.
Yeah, that's something I find super fascinating because, like you said, and it extends past birds that in most disciplines, the person who discovers new species or variety of something gets the privilege of naming the thing. And that sometimes it is something that they name after themselves. Sometimes it's something descriptive, but sometimes the names are just strange. And I'm fascinated by stories of how things that aren't intuitive get their names, and because it makes you wonder. Great yellow legs, I can sort of imagine that, but at the same time, did they mean for it to be so simple and literal, or I don't know, that the way that things wound up to the way they are is so interesting, because sometimes these stories are very well preserved, and if you look it up, you can find out exactly why it happened, and sometimes there's no explanation whatsoever.
There are some birds that people have named, but they have possessive names. So like there's the Ross's gull. And I don't know how it got its name, but it's literally like there's like a few birds that have possessive names of like a person. So this is Ross's
Yeah,
gull.
that instead of the Ross gull, it's Ross's gull.
Yep. One of my favorite ones that I actually saw is a killdeer.
Does it
It's a
kill
very
deer?
funny name. No, it's a tiny, cute bird.
Okay, so it's killed by deer.
No, it's killdeer, just like killdeer, like it's together, one word, killdeer.
Yeah, but the question becomes, why was it named that? And if it's not killing deer, then is it just killed by deer, or maybe that was just someone's name?
I don't
I don't know. Like these are the questions that I ask. These are the things that I wonder.
I'm looking. I don't,
I feel like you could
they
do,
have no naming conventions for the killdeer.
I feel like you could do a really cool bird stream. I'm not sure how you would do it. That it wouldn't be a bird watching one. It wouldn't be going out or anything and doing that, but just either like anything from a PowerPoint of your favorite birds, or just look up particular shots by prolific bird watchers, and you obviously have the knowledge and the interest to be able to talk about these things in an engaging way. And I don't know if it is something that would be of interest to you, and I frankly have no idea if it would perform well on Twitch or not. But these are the type of things that I think of. Just there's so many different ways to approach streaming that you obviously already are doing that with the way that you approach OBS, creating different scenes, the concept of the cooking show that you have, that there's a lot of different possibilities out there, and it's just sort of you know you best, and you know your style, your skills, your capabilities, and there is a level of metrics as well, I assume, of just, what you think would do well on Twitch. And I look forward to seeing the stuff that you do. I know you applied for Twitch Partner, as we mentioned earlier, and whether you or not you get it on this round, like I said, I very much think it is a when, not an if.
I try my best.
Apart from
might
getting
like one bird. Might
Sorry?
like one bird. I want to bring up one more bird.
Okay,
You might like
please.
one bird. The blue-footed booby.
Yes, I know that one.
We saw one. They had one of the little conservation. They have really blue feet.
Well,
That was
it is an earned name for sure.
There's also the
know-
brown booby.
That's one of those that I have to assume that, obviously language evolves over time, and certain words have certain connotations that exist now that didn't exist back then, and vice versa, that certain words have become just, descriptors, and it used to be considered offensive, or used to be considered descriptors and are now offensive, and everything in between. And just it makes you wonder where that one came from, because booby is not a word that you hear in many contexts. So for it to go, so specifically to a bird of all things, it makes me wonder. But that's, at that point, you're probably digging into anthropology.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's definitely top tier fun bird names for sure. So
Yeah,
apart-
I like that.
apart from getting partner, do you have any goals for the remainder of the year, that we're now into the second quarter of 2022? And obviously getting partner is probably one of the more I suppose tangible goals, in terms of that is a very explicit thing that you either have partner or you don't. But for other goals, whether it be something that is, reaching a certain number or completing a certain project, do you have any goals that you're trying to accomplish before the end of the year?
I always like to set my goals really high, because I like to set my expectations a lot higher than where I want to be. So I set my goals for this year to be very high. So like by the end of the year, I want to be at 150 average. I think I can manage that. Last year I set it to 50 and I blew that out of the water. So I wanna keep working hard on my content, but my other goals that I'm working on that are outside of numbers is I really want to get into YouTube. I gotta figure that out. I'm doing shorts right now, but I want to move more into YouTube and grow on there for sure.
Are you considering moving your active streaming to YouTube, or do you very much see that as, either shorts, clips, or pre-recorded content on YouTube, but keeping the live stuff here on Twitch?
I definitely want to keep the live stuff on Twitch. Twitch is my preferred platform. YouTube, as nice as it is, they are nowhere close to what Twitch can provide for streamers. I see people talk a lot about how YouTube's good for streamers and stuff because they don't take a big cut, but a lot of the cuts that Twitch take out of the streamers' stuff is because, they have to run it's costs nothing to stream on Twitch, and with all the people that take up the bandwidth, it gets expensive. And I've had people who work at Twitch tell me how much they spend on just like keeping the site running, and it is expensive.
Oh yeah,
and
that's one of the big things that people don't necessarily understand if they aren't into business and into tech, that bandwidth is not free.
Yep. And they also don't have all the features. I mean, I know Twitch is pretty bad at stuff like that, but they still are years ahead for their moderation features. And YouTube as a platform is also very toxic. I've had a lot of pretty poor experiences with their stuff. So I normally, like on Twitch, I'm very happy to read every message and stuff. And on TikTok, I don't mind the comments on there either. But on YouTube, it's always, I get some pretty nasty ones that I just kind of ignore.
Yeah, there's a reason that the phrase "don't read the comments" evolved from YouTube.
Yep, it's pretty bad, especially when you want to be interactive with your community and stuff.
Yeah. So that's very cool that you have those goals, because some people are more metric based, some people are a bit more conceptual of I want to be able to have this type of project, this type of stream, but it's always fun to hear where people have their mind set for the future. And 150 is big, but I do not think that is an unreachable goal, and especially that you're about at the partner threshold now that I've certainly seen you on certain nights that you'll be 100 over already. I remember you commenting that there was an Elden Ring stream that just for the metrics for partner that kind of tanked you, because I guess everyone was playing that weekend, and that it meant the viewership was super split, so you had a couple hours where your numbers were lower than usual, and you sort of had to drag them back up over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's so partner's kind of weird too. When you apply, they discount any raids and stuff that you had, and instead of doing it by your total average, they do it by your averages stream. So they do it by hour. So if your average for 1 hour was 40, and then the next hour your average was 90, they would take the 40 and the 90 and put that in. So there was a couple days where I think it was like 4 streams where I had a lot of averages that weren't like above the threshold, and because of that it was like 0.86 away for a whole month, even though my average I think right now is 91. So I was sitting there, I'm like, oh my god.
Come on.
And it was like that for 3 months when I had my average has been over 80 for the past 3 months now. Just been really cool to see.
Yeah. That 150 is obviously an amount away, but 9 months to be able to reach that. I've seen people go through that level of growth and more in shorter times. And obviously, it takes work, takes sometimes a little bit of luck, but I think you were certainly doing everything to help stack the odds in your favor. And if I were to bet, I would certainly bet in your favor.
I want to try hard. I just like making content. It makes me happy. I'm glad, like, I know most of my money that I get on stream goes back to the stream. Like this month I got a lot, so I made a lot of promises to chat and I want to fulfill them. And one of those was getting full body tracking. I have a few goals this year. Actually, let me open those up. So I actually wrote a few goals into my thing. I wanted to get steady in TikTok and YouTube. Improve my OVS pipeline. I want to do more VR streams and full body tracking. So I checked off full body tracking. So with partner, I have a lot of different crazy stream ideas I want to do. And I want to do challenge streams that involve like really cool, unique ideas. So one of them was for YouTube content. I want to do and I could mirror my model in there, so I don't mind being fully equipped to fall asleep in VR. I think it'd be really fun.
Let me know when that one comes. That sounds fun.
I have that like I was talking about that technology earlier to overlay my 3D model. I can definitely do it on Minecraft as well. And once I move out, those VR streams are going to be very often because I'll have a setup for it that I can do. Right now, I'm very low in space. I basically live in a dorm room. Would be the best to describe the size. So
yeah, you've mentioned a couple times on your own streams that you're planning on moving pretty soon. It sounds like that's going to open up a lot of possibilities and a lot of different, just both physically, literally, and figuratively opportunities for you to bring your content to the next level. So that's going to be very exciting. Do you have a specific date that you know you're going to be moving, or is it sort of, it's going to be in the summer?
Probably within the next 5 months.
Okay, so not immediate future, but definitely before the end of the year.
Yep, we want to get out for winter. I'm moving with some friends, so it's me some really nice stuff.
Oh, awesome. Hopefully they will understand certain yelling at certain hours, or maybe you'll just soundproof your
they're
room.
also. We've already talked about it. One of them's louder than me at night.
Oh, okay, great. It all works out.
I'm just worried about our neighbors, so I'm gonna get some soundproofing for myself.
Yeah. Well, as we start to wrap down, if you could start searching for someone for us to raid, because always like to send the love along, and I leave that in the hands of my guests. So start poking around, see who's online, and let me know when you decide on someone. But while you do that, I do have one last question. It's something I ask to all my guests, and that is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but to you, May, what does it mean to be a VTuber? And I've had a lot of different answers. Some people have a very clinical answer where they will say, it is a mask that I wear, it is a tool in my arsenal as a content creator. And others will have more personal answers where they will say, it lets me get in touch with my inner child, or it lets me be someone that I can't be in real life, or it lets me do things that I couldn't do anywhere else. And everything in that spectrum and beyond is completely valid, that there is no right or wrong way to be a VTuber, but everyone, whether they realize it or not, has an answer to the question. So for you, May, what does it mean to be a VTuber?
Being a VTuber for me is a means to express myself. I use it as a way to push myself forward in a way that I don't think I could do as a IRL streamer, and it gives me a way to basically be more myself and be more creative. I have it's like a painting, a moving painting. I can do whatever I want with it. The whole OBS canvas, I can do whatever I want because I have my model here, and that's something I really look at. Being a VTuber is just a better way to express myself into a way that I don't think I would be able to as a IRL streamer, and it lets me tap into my favorite type of mediums and stuff like that. And I think, just being able to express myself in this way is kind of something unique to being a VTuber for me.
The reason I always ask that question, and that I ask it at the end as opposed to the beginning, is because I feel like it helps tie things together, and also I never know what someone is going to say as their answer, but whenever someone answers, it always makes sense to me. And especially given the things that we've talked about over the past 4 hours now, you use the term specifically canvas. And I feel like that's a really interesting one, a really emblematic one of you for someone who uses OBS to the degree that you do, and that you use it as a canvas in and of itself. Your interest in different arts, whether it be photography, nature, music, and all the creativity and the ideas that you have for your streams, both past, present, and future, that I think canvas is a really good term, and a very appropriate term for your mentality and how you use streaming and VTubing as a whole. So this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for taking time to be on the show, for sharing your knowledge, your insight, your passion. I've had a great time. I really hope you have as well.
I really did. It was a lot of fun.
So how's things looking for the raid? Anybody that you have your eye on right now?
I have 2 people that I'm really close with. And I don't, do you know Hina Bulbina?
I do not.
They are a very close friend of mine. They are very close friends with Mari Mari, Nagi, Quetzali, and Guniella. I don't know if you know any one of those.
I do know Mari and Goonie.
We're all very close friends, and Hina is probably one of the most underrated streamers. I've never seen someone so funny and so entertaining while also playing video games and having such a wonderful singing voice too. They sing very well.
Ooh, awesome. If you could send their name either on Discord or here in the Twitch chat, that way don't send the raid to the wrong place.
There we go.
Hina Bobina. It is just Hina Bobina.
Yep.
Awesome, awesome. Well, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to follow May. Her Twitch and Twitter links are here at the bottom of the screen. Just KitsuneSpirit on Twitch and on Twitter. It is _. There's not a visible separation in the font that I have, but that is indeed a __ for Twitter. So make sure you're not following the wrong KitsuneSpirit there. She does amazing work. Folks, the Ogameshi are amazing. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. This is episode 57, I believe. If memory serves. I do shows approximately once a week. If you feel so inclined, you can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter. It's just at Vtuber Talk. Hope to see you around, but even if not, you'll probably see me in May's chat because I don't invite people on my show unless I legitimately enjoy their content. And you can definitely expect to see me around even in the future. So bad news, May. Just because you're on the show doesn't mean that you're rid of me. Sorry, not sorry.
Thanks again for having me.
My pleasure. So we're going to go to the ending screen. I have a bit of an outro, but we'll be sending you along to Hina. Do you have anything you want for the raid message?
We need we'll give you a good opening. They love kick ass, yeah. So you don't have any emotes. You know,
just
I
throw
think
in the blankies.
throw in the blankies. So you know, there we go. They love kick ass, yeah. There we go.
Gassia represents indeed. Awesome. Well, folks, say hi to Hina Bobina for us. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope to see you all next time.